record October 24th, 2024 at 9:02 a.m. All right. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on the record in state of Indiana versus Richard Allen, 0801-T2MR-1. I'll show the defendants here in person with counsel. State is here by the prosecutor and his deputies. We are outside the presence of the jury, and the jury has been reassembled. Are we ready to proceed, Mr. McClelland? Yes. Mr. Razi?
Yes.
Let's go. All rise. Jury in at 9 a.m. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you. I'll always give you time in the morning, ladies and gentlemen, to get your things out and get ready before we start the process. Take your time, and please let Jody know if you need any additional pens or paper or anything like that. Okay? All right. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is nice to see you back here this morning. I know when we part company, I give you the admonishment. I know over the evening, under the supervision of all three of our bailiffs, one of which who is not here today, throughout the course then of the evening, you've had access to your phones to communicate with your families and to check work emails and kind of touch base with everybody. So in light of that, have you read, seen, or heard any media accounts concerning this case? Have you discussed this case with anyone? All jurors' response in the negative. Have you permitted anyone to discuss this case with you? All to respond in the negative. And have you conducted any research into this case? And has anybody persisted in attempting to discuss this case with you? All jurors respond in the negative. Okay? And again, I appreciate your continued compliance with the court orders so that you make a decision on the evidence and not on any extraneous outside information. We are ready to proceed. Ms. Diener, you may call your next witness. The state would call Kathy Shank? Okay. Would you please state your first and last name and spell both of them for the court reporter? My name is Kathy Shank, K-A-T-H-Y-S-H-A-N-K. And are you a Delphi native? I was originally from Flora. I lived in Delphi 40 years, and I'm now in Flora, yes. Okay, but you're very familiar with Delphi, very familiar with Carroll County, yes. And how did you become familiar with Carroll County? Well, I was raised here, and I attended Purdue University for 4 years. And then once I had graduated from Purdue, I acquired a job with at then time, the county-run welfare department, back in '71, that is now known as the Department of Child Services. And I was with them for 40 years. And so when you worked for 40 years with the Department of Child Services, was that servicing the area of Carroll County? Primarily, yes. And did that job involve you working in conjunction with or getting to know local law enforcement? I worked with them quite extensively during those years, yes. Now, in 2017, specifically February of 2017, were you still working for the Department of Child Services? No, I was not. Were you retired? Yes, I had left there after 40 years. In 2011. Did you at some point become involved in assisting with the ADU and LG death investigation? Yes, I did. And how did you become involved? I was in Florida in February, and when this horrible tragedy occurred, I think there was breaking news over my telephone, and I followed that through to the first press conference I believe that I saw. Because I had worked with law enforcement and with the former prosecutor, Rob Ives. And I knew Rob well. He had been our attorney for some time through the department, and I contacted Rob and I said, I would really like to help in any way that I can, and then returned home the end of February. And on March 1st of 2017, I began working with this investigation. And did you work as a volunteer at that point? Yes. And did you continue to volunteer up until the present time? Yes, I did. When you came to help with the case, tell us in what capacity you were helping in March of 2017. I was initially assigned to be basically a receptionist. We were at that time at what is now considered the old REMC building here in town. And I was placed behind the counter, and when persons would come in with tips regarding this situation, I would greet them, and then I would refer them to a detective, who would come downstairs and speak with them about their tip. And then would you pass that information along to law enforcement, the information of the name and contact number? Yes, we had what was called an information sheet at that time, where I would write down their name and their identifying information, and just a summary of what they would like to speak with a detective about, and then I would take that information upstairs where the detectives were, and a detective would come down and speak with them at that time. This REMC building, was that a building that was normally used in relationship to police investigations, if you know? Obviously not initially, it was the REMC headquarters. They had moved, and I believe this was prior to me coming in on March 1st. The initial investigation, I believe, was up at the city building, and there was numerous officers there, and it was a very cramped quarters for them. And the old REMC, then they graciously agreed to allow us to be there. Now, from your position at the reception desk, did you have a sense of how many law enforcement officers were working on this case? I'm going to give you a best guesstimate. Obviously, I don't know for sure, but there were 50 or more coming in and out of there at that time. And at that time, did you have any idea who was working on what? No. With regard to the investigation? No. I was primarily downstairs. Okay? And you indicate that you've been assisting on a volunteer basis since March of 2017 until now. Was there a point when you took on more responsibility, were given more responsibility? Yes, there was. And who was it that decided they would give you additional duties? At this point, I can't exactly remember who decided to give me the special duties, but as I was given the responsibility of numerous bankers' boxes full of investigative reports, and I'm an organizer, so they decided possibly I could arrange these in a way that would be easily accessible to the detectives. And so at that point, I asked one of the detectives, could you please get me filing cabinets? Which they did. They went to Purdue, got 5 filing cabinets, and I sat down at a card table, and at that time was asked to put these reports, or narrative summaries as I call them, into file folders, labeling them with the name of the what we called person of interest. And the name that you would put on the folder could be a witness, could be a person of interest. Did you have any idea? I had no idea. I was just looking at names. At that time, I was directed not to get into exactly the report narrative, but just look at a name and place it on a file folder. And were you doing this? You said at a card table. Was this in the REMC building? Yes, it was. And do you know how many file folders you created? 5 filing cabinets, jam-packed full. And when you say filling cabinets, are we talking about metal file cabinets that you 5 would use in an office? Yes. And that have multiple drawers each? Yes. Now, when you created these folders, did the tab on the folder just have a first and last name? Sometimes a middle name, but yes. Okay. And was there anything else you were directed to do in creating those folders? No, not at that time. Okay. And so were you the only one making the folders? No. Former coworker of mine and a friend of mine was vetted as well to be able to put the names on the folders. But again, we were both instructed not to read the reports, just to put the names on the file folders. Okay. And when you say vetted, did you have to have some sort of background check? No, not necessarily. I had worked with law enforcement throughout the years, and they felt comfortable with me doing that. Okay. And did they do the same thing with Carol, to your knowledge? Same, very same thing. Okay. Do you know when you started making this file system? Not exactly. It was sometime after, obviously, I had just been greeting people and doing the tips. They decided that they were slowing down a bit with people coming in at that time and felt that I could be of more benefit to them. And that's when they brought the boxes of reports down and asked me to begin that. So were you doing that particular task the same time you were being receptionist at the REMC building? Yes, I was. Did you at some point finish the file folders and then you were just doing it on an ongoing basis? Took me a while, but yes, eventually we finished, yes. And that meant that the banker boxes that were brought to you full of narrative reports or lead sheets were put in folders? Yes, ma'am. Then did you take on additional responsibility? Yes. And what was that additional responsibility? I was requested to enter narrative summaries that had been completed by various officers into a database. And how did you receive these narrative summaries? The narrative summaries were many times already. They were in the reports, and I was looking to put whatever narrative summary in there in that report at that time. And what were you doing that Did it further organize the information by putting it into the database? The database required a covered lead section, and I was wanting to complete those sections, and that's what I was doing. Okay? So when a lead come in, how was it distinguished from another lead or in your database? It was distinguished by a numbering system. Okay? So did each lead get a number assigned to it? Yes, it did. And was that done within the database? Yes. Was this database used for cases outside of the AWLG investigation? Absolutely not. And so you said you would enter narrative summaries into this database? Yes. Did you enter anything else into the database? Once I began doing that, and we had moved from the RAMC to the city building here in Delphi, I was asked to begin entering tips into the database. Did you have to be given special access to receive the tips? They were forwarded to me, and then I entered them initially. And how were they forwarded to you? Through, I believe now Sheriff Tony Liggett was receiving those. There were several officers receiving them. And now Sheriff Liggett stated, "Kathy, you can do this. No problem." And showed me how to do it, taught me how to do that. And I began entering those tips into the database. And then eventually they were forwarded. I was a part of the AWLG referral line, so they could just come directly to me through the tip line. Okay, so a tip line would receive information, yes, and they would come to you in what format? Through the email. Through the email system. Okay, yes. Now you said at this point, you've moved from the RAMC building to the city building. Is that correct? Correct. And at that point, you're entering information into the computer database? Correct. Who would you go to with questions, or who was giving you direction about your tasks? Generally, there was what was called a unified command. There were different detectives there, different days. Whomever happened to be there at the time. Tony Liggett, the current sheriff, was probably my main go-to person. But there were others that I would ask questions if I had questions, because it wasn't my responsibility only to look at them. It was their decisions to make. Did you notice that they were at this point, and I don't know if you know the year in which we're talking, but there were less law enforcement present to work on these tips as they came in? Yes, there was quite a difference between working at the RAMC building and when we moved over to the city building. It became more of a cohesive group then of unified command within the detectives that have worked on that since that time. What happened to your file cabinet system once you started entering these things into the computer? Where was it? It moved with me to the city building and still exists today? Absolutely. Yes. At that time, when you received information, did you receive it and put it only into the computer database, or was it also put in a file cabinet in a folder? When I received the tip information, it went into the database. Okay, and were you then asked to do something more with the file cabinet information? Yes. And do you remember when that was? That was approximately, I would guess, say around September of 20, okay? And so what did you do with the file cabinet information? I was asked then to begin scanning the information from each file into the database. And so at that time, you were creating a duplicate of your file cabinet, file system, in the computer? Yes, the tips obviously were in there. And I would say a majority of the narrative summaries I had entered in there that I had access to, that there were. But there were other documents within the file folders that needed to be scanned into that database. And how long did it take you to scan all the file folders and put it in the computer system? Approximately 2 years. And while you were doing that, were you reading the content of every file folder as you put it into the computer system? Not everyone, no. And so where were you working on this project? Well, it began at the city building. But then once they needed the rooms that we were in the city building, we had to find another location. And so then this home base for the investigation moved again? Yes, it did. Then did all your cabinets move with you? Absolutely. They were my filings cabinets. I was very protective of them. I don't know if I asked you this already, but how long did it take for you to put the file cabinet information in the computer system? Approximately 2 years. Okay, now, after you get done with the filling cabinet scans, do you know at that point how many tips or leads you've processed? My best, the last time I looked, which the database did show the number of tips that I had entered, it was over 14,000. And do you work on this all day, every day, like a regular job? No. I would usually go in probably around 12:31 and stay till 5:30 or 6 depending, and most days, 5 days a week. Now, after you finished the filing cabinet scans, were you working on something that led to the attention being brought to Richard Allen? Yes, I was. And can you explain what you were doing that led to that? Yes. When we had moved from the city building to our current location, I had brought with me materials that I had not yet gone through to determine exactly what they were and where they needed to go, whether it needed to be filed, whether it needed to go to other detectives for review. As I was doing that, I had located a box, which what I would call would be like a file folder box that I had placed in my desk drawer for further perusal when I had finished scanning. And I began going through that box, and when I noticed that, basically, I was observing handwritten tip numbers, and my concern was that these tip numbers needed to coordinate with the tip numbers that had previously been entered into the system prior to me. I hadn't done any handwritten tip numbers. Mine were all directly from the AWLG tip line, and I entered them directly into the database. So these were written out prior to me. I didn't know by whom or when, and I wanted to ensure that they would coordinate, because I didn't want to miss any tips that had been entered in case there would be an important tip that needed to be reviewed. And as I went through that box, that's when I found a lead sheet. And so at this point, your role had changed, I would say significantly, from when you started as a receptionist. Is that correct? Yes, it did. And at this point in the investigation, because you were maybe brought into the fold a little bit by doing the tasks with the documents, you had more information about just general facts. Would that be true? That is correct. And so when you come across a particular lead sheet, what was it that caught your attention? This lead sheet stated that I believe it was February the 16th is when it was entered, that a Richard Allen Whiteman had self-reported being out on the trails between the hours of 1:30 and 3:30 and had seen 3 girls. And so why did that catch your attention at this point? I had previously read that a young girl on February 13th of 2017 had been on the trails and had seen a man at that approximately time and place that he had self-reported earlier. And so why was this of particular concern to you when you read the Richard Allen Whiteman self-report? To me, it seemed like a possible correlation. Obviously, I wasn't privy to a lot of information, but it just seemed like there could be a correlation, enough to cause me to take that concern to a filing cabinet which would have been labeled Richard Allen Whiteman. And I pulled that file, and that's how I put it together. So the tip you had in your hand from the box of miscellaneous documents you were checking on, you then compared to the file cabinet file. Is that correct? Correct? And is there some significance to the fact that the box was from a tip that came in February of 2017 with relationship to the work you were doing? I honestly don't know how that lead ended up in that box. I do not know. Well, were you helping with the case in February of 2017? I was, but I was helping with it, but I don't know how that exact lead sheet became in that box. I had filed, obviously, a lead. And the narrative I found at some point way back in 2017, but I certainly hadn't remembered it by that time. Okay. Well, I thought you said you didn't start helping with the case until March 1st of 2017. I did. I'm sorry if I said February. I apologize. So if this lead sheet was created in February of 2017, that was created prior to you starting to help. Is that correct? Yes, I started March 1st of 2017. Were there other things in the box that were from before March 1st of 2017? I assume so, because these handwritten tip numbers would have been done prior to my knowledge of that. Because as I stated, when I received a tip on the AWLG tip line, I would enter those directly myself. I did not write them down as far as that being my way of entering them. And so was it your understanding then that handwritten tip lead numbers existed before the database you were using? I assume so, or they were writing them in conjunction with, but I don't know that for sure. You don't know that. Okay, so you go to the file and it's labeled Richard Allen Whiteman with Whiteman as the last name? Correct. So it's filed under W. Correct. And when you go to that file folder, do you find something that then increased your attention to this tip? Yes, I did. And what was that? There had been a narrative summary entered in the database prior to me. It was entered in February and stating that Richard Allen had been interviewed and lived on Whiteman Drive. So did that information coincide with the tip number for Richard Allen Whiteman? Yes, it did. And at the time it was put in that folder, were you reading the content of the tips or narratives? No, I was just labeling them. And was there something about the tip that related to you never going back to that particular file until this time? I had no reason to. I had cleared the tip narrative, or lead narrative as I call it, that I found had the word cleared on it. And I had developed a system of coding those files who were cleared by a green mark on the file, and this had a green mark, and that's why. And so it was not your job to decide if something was cleared, is that correct? Oh, no, not at all. And it wasn't your job to decide who followed up on a tip, is that correct? No, not at all. Organizing the information, would that be fair? That's fair. What did you do with the documents that you found? I believe Tony was a chief deputy at that time, one of our directors, Tony Liggett, and Tony and I happened to be at the center when I found this, and I took this information to Tony to have him look at it. Okay? At that point, did you make any changes to your file folder with regard to the name and where it was placed in the file cabinet? Not that day, but later I did. And what did you do? I changed it to Richard Allen. And so then it became filed in the A's? Well, it wasn't ever filed back in the filing cabinet. It was given to Tony Liggett at that time. Okay, do you know when you made that discovery? Yes, I do. And what day did you make that discovery? It was on September 21st of 2022. Now, some people might think it's odd that you remember that day. Can you tell us why you remember it? Yes, I can. That was the date of my deceased husband's birthday. Judge, may I approach the witness? You may. Kathy, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 228. It has 3 pages. Please look at all of them. Do you recognize those documents? I do. Do they accurately reflect an image of the Manila file folder that you created and your notes on that file folder in the tab area? Yes. And does it also accurately reflect the 2 pages that you found in the physical folder when you went to look for it on September 22nd of 2022? Yes. Did I say the right date? September 21st. 21st? I apologize. Yes, this was the initial sheet that I found, and then the second sheet was in the file folder. They were both in the file folder. This is the one I found in the box. Okay, the first one is the one you found in the box? Yes. Then you went to the folder, and both of them were there? Yes. State would move to admit Exhibit 228 and publish it to the jury. No objection. Without objection, 228's admitted, and you may publish. Judge, once the jury has had an opportunity to take a look at that, I would pass the witness. Okay. All right, Mr. Baldwin, you may cross. Thank you, Judge. I just have a few questions. Is it okay to call? What would you like me to call you? Kathy's fine. Kathy's fine, thank you. My name's Andy Baldwin. Good to see you. Thank you. You have no idea if the information on exhibit, the 3rd page, I should say, of Exhibit 228, which is this sheet? Yes. You have no idea if the information on there is accurate, do you? I wasn't there, no. You don't know if the person that reported here said, I was on the bridge from 12:30 to 1:30 or off of the bridge? You don't have any, I wasn't privy to that conversation, no. And in fact, there could be a mistake there. Would you agree it's possible? Anything. Objection, Judge. It calls for speculation. Sustained. There was a mistake made in this case related to the Richard Whiteman, correct? That's not, well, you don't know who that is. There is no Richard Whiteman, correct? I don't know. I don't know that there's not a Richard Whiteman, but that wasn't the proper name. Okay, and I was trying to figure out who made that mistake. Was that you or was it the person that drafted that report? Do you know? I don't know. It wasn't me. I just wrote what was on the report. So somebody made a mistake on Dan Dulin's report. Is that correct? I'm trying to understand. I believe the initial entry from what I read, which would be that first one that says cleared on it, not the 2nd page, but the 2nd page, not the 3rd, that initial entry was made Richard Allen Whiteman. You don't know who did that? No, I wasn't there then. I didn't come until March 1st. You don't know who, if the police entered that, if somebody else entered it, you just don't know? Objection, Judge. Asked and answered. Sustained. You said you are an organizer, is that correct? I hope to be, yes. Details matter to you? Most generally, yes. Accuracy matters to you? Well, as best as I can control, yes. Especially when the stakes are high, like when you worked for what they called in the old days welfare, right? DCS, yes. Correct, DCS now. The Department of Child Services. Those details matter. Of course they did. And they mattered in the AWNLG death investigation as well? Of course they did. Just so the jury understands, because there's got some stuff in here that they may not know about, like Orion, that's on the 3rd page, or, yeah, on the 3rd page, kind of in that, there's a thing that says Orion right here, if you can see that. Yes, I can see it. Do you know what Orion is? Yes, I do. What is Orion? It's basically a database, okay? Is that the database you were putting information into? Yes. Okay, so I just want to be clear, because I'm a little confused and I'm not, and I just want to be unconfused, okay? So when there was a point in time where you were putting tips into Orion? Yes, sir. But is that different than narrative reports? Yes, sir. Okay, can you describe the difference between tips and narrative reports? Well, sir, tips are when we would receive there was an AWLG tip line, and tips would come in through email. We did not have phone tips, they were coming in through email, and I was privy to receiving those on my work email. And as I would receive those, I would enter those into the database. I see. All right, and so that's tips. That's tips. The other one was narrative. What's narrative? I called them narrative summaries. Some people might call them reports. Narrative summaries work better for my lingo with the database. When a report was completed by an officer, when they had talked with someone of interest, written a report, then that was given to me to enter into a certain section of the database called covered leads, and I would literally type that in and enter it into there, and there it would be saved. And I believe that was what was done prior to me with the narrative in there. Yes. Okay. And is the narrative report section in Orion? Yes, sir. And the tips is also in Orion? Yes, sir. And you did both? Yes, sir. All right. And on page 3 of 228, that is not a tip. It sounds like to me that is more of a narrative report. Is that correct? The bottom part is yes. The top part was considered a tip that was entered to generate a lead, which would generate the narrative report. That was kind of the hierarchy of that, if that helps you understand. Kind of the combo of the two a little bit. That's the hierarchy. It would be a tip entered, and then if the tip was deemed to be made a lead, that would be generated in the database, and then the lead would be assigned. Not by me, but it would be assigned, and then that would be followed up by talking with a person of interest where the tip had come in, and then they would make a report, or, as I called it, a narrative summary, and then I would receive that, and I would enter that into the database. Okay, you're doing a great job of explaining. Do you know which came first, or did they come at the same time? Page 2 where it says lead cleared, or page 3 where the narrative report is at the bottom? I really couldn't tell you that. It was put in the file. That's all I can tell you. Okay, you did see lots and lots, hundreds, thousands of tips, correct? Yes, sir. There was, to your knowledge, no other tip. If that is even called a tip concerning Richard Allen, that is correct. And there was no other tip, to your knowledge, concerning even a Richard Whiteman? That is correct. Not to my knowledge. No, not that I ever saw. But you said that one of the things that piqued your interest was that there was a girl that had seen a guy on the trail. Is that right? Girl that had seen a man on the trail on February 13th of 2017 at the approximate same place and time that Richard Allen had self-reported he had been on the trails from 1:30 to 3:30. Do you know? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you remember if that tip described the guy as tall and muscular? You know, at that time I did not peruse that part of it. I just saw time, place, date. And that's why I correlated those two. I wasn't looking because the initial self-report of Mr. Allen didn't have any description of him, so that was not my concern at that time. So you wouldn't have known if it was that person was with 3 other girls, or I really know I didn't. It just seemed to be, because same place and time, same date, he had self-reported, they had said it was between those hours. I thought, well, maybe it's something we need to look at. And that's how it happened. Now on page 2, his phone number, Mr. Rick Allen Whiteman, is shown in the middle section, correct? I think so. Little bit above the middle section, 6112 something or other. Let's see here. Yeah, I see it right there. Richard Allen Whiteman with a phone number. Yes, sir, I see it. So even the name, though the name was wrong, the phone number, well, you don't know if it was right? I was just putting names on files at that time. Gotcha. You said on direct examination there were lots of police that at the beginning and then kind of whittled down over time? Yes, sir. Were there lots of different agencies involved in interacting with you? Yes, sir. County police? Yes. Delphi local police? Tony Liggett, for example? Well, Tony's Carroll County, but, oh, Carroll County, yes. Steve Mullen, did you see him? Steve was the police chief at that time, and yes, he was there. So we've got Delphi local police, Carroll County police. State police? Yes, sir. Jerry Holman? Yes, Jerry was there. Some others? Some others, yes, sir. And then FBI as well, I believe, so I was not privy initially to working with any of law enforcement. I was downstairs, they were upstairs, and all I did was go upstairs and ask for a detective to come down and speak with someone. You said on direct, though, that once you moved into a certain building, it was more of a cohesive group. I was still in the back room, I wasn't out in the main room with them, and basically, again, was just doing what I was assigned to do. I wasn't a part of that team at that time. But yet you recognized that there was a cohesive group of law enforcement? There was yes, absolutely. And was FBI involved in that cohesive group of law enforcement, if you know? Objection. It's been asked and answered. She already said she was working in the back and did not have direct knowledge. Sustained. Judge, she said that she recognized it was a cohesive group, I think is how she put it. I want to explore it. And you have sustained. You said there were 14,000 tips and narrative tips just in. Was that in the file cabinets? That was, I said, through the database. There was, when I would put in tips, I would notice, this is your number. And I'm paraphrasing there. Yeah. And the last time I actually looked, it showed for me 14,000 plus tips I had entered over the years. You don't know if it ended up being 100,000 or, well, obviously they dwindled down over the year. They were coming in really, by the droves initially, but they started dwindling down some. But yes, I know there were 14,000 at one time, yes. And the tip, not too long ago. I'm sorry, I keep interrupting you. The tips that you would receive, some of them would be, because I've seen some of these, the guy on the bridge sounds like my neighbor? Yes, the guy looks like my neighbor? Yes, sir. Looks like my brother-in-law? Yes, sir. Yeah, lots of people look like the bridge, the guy on the bridge in these tips? Yes, sir. Lots of people sounded like the guy on the bridge? Yes, sir. Did you have any memory of tips of a man in his 20s with brown fluffy hair? Sir, I had so many to ask me about individual ones. I just don't know that I could tell you that honestly. Well, you would remember if there was a tip about somebody walking down a road bloody, I would presume. I would imagine so. Yes. See any tips about a man walking down 300 northwestbound with blood all over him, like he'd been slaughtering a pig? I want to answer this honestly. I can't tell you that I remember a tip. I remember reading about that. That's the best I can tell you. Thank you. So September of 2022 is when you handed this file over to Liggett, Tony Liggett? September 21st of 22, correct? And at that time, Mr. Liggett was running for sheriff of Carroll County? Yes, sir. Outside the scope of direct, sustained. I want to just clear up kind of a verbiage that you used when you said Richard Allen self-reported. I want to make sure he didn't self-report. I killed those girls, correct? That isn't. When you said self-reported, that isn't the statement that I read on the lead sheet. No, sir. I understand that, and I'm not trying to, but when you said self-reporting, you just mean he reported that himself. Yeah, that he had been out there on the trail. That he had been on, yes, sir. So the one, if you want to call it a tip or a narrative report that came in that day, related to Richard Allen was Richard Allen himself. Richard Allen had come in and self-reported that on February 13th of 2017 that he was at the trails between 1:30 and 3:30 and saw 3 girls, as I recall. Yes. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You're certainly welcome. No other questions. Ms. Diener, now you've described that there became a time when you were receiving tips by email and entering them into a database, which has now been established as Orion, correct? Did you do that from the very beginning? No. Was it years later or months later, after March 1st, 2017, that you started to do that? I didn't begin entering tips until we had moved to the city building, which I think we'd been at the IMC possibly for a year or so. So there were a lot. So I don't have the direct date, but it was when we moved to the city building. There were lots of tips processed before you had any access or knowledge of tips that you entered? Oh, absolutely. Yes, many. And you did not go back and read all those, did you? Oh, no. And if there are people identified that might be talked to from a roadblock, did that information get given to you to enter into the tip line? No, I think those had already been entered. By someone else? By someone else. It's difficult to remember. That's been a long time ago. And I entered so many. I might have, if there had been a narrative summary, I might have added to that in the narrative summary, but I may not have entered it as a tip. I honestly can't recall that for sure. Okay, no other questions. Mr. Baldwin, so to your knowledge, Richard Allen came forward, according to this report, to assist in the investigation. Objection? Speculation? Sustained. No other questions, thank you. All right. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Ms. Shank? Okay, I see one. All right. Counsel, if you'd approach. How did you determine the name was incorrect? That's a good question. They've been asking some great questions. Smart jury. I like them. And they're paying very close attention. They are. Ma'am, how did you determine the name was incorrect? I determined the name was incorrect when I had gone to my file and I saw that the name written in the narrative summary was Richard Allen. And from being from this area, I knew there was a Whiteman Drive, and I believe it said Richard Allen of Whiteman Drive, and I put that together that way. Miss Diener, and that was in September of 2022. Yes, when you were going through the box of items that you had not gotten to from early on. When I pulled the file, but the reason you pulled the file was because I had seen that lead going through the box. Yes, thank you. Mr. Baldwin, no other questions. Thank you. All right, thank you, Miss Shank. You may step down. Thank you. You may call your next witness. Your Honor, the state of Indiana would call Department of Natural Resources Officer Dan Dulin, please. Mr. Dulin, before we get started, I'm going to ask you to speak up and use your best outside voice. You don't need to lean into the microphone. The microphone amplifies for the audience, but not for the attorneys and for the jurors, so I just need you to speak up as best you can. Fair enough? Yes, sir. Will you state your name, please? My name is Daniel Dulin. And Mr. Dulin, how are you employed? I am a conservation officer with the Indiana Department of Natural Resources Law Enforcement Division. And how long have you been employed as a DNR officer? This is my 26th year. And what is your rank currently? It's Captain. Captain Dulin, did you have to go through special training and/or schooling to become a law enforcement officer with the Department of Natural Resources? Yes, sir, I did. Can you tell me a little bit about that? Conservation officers attend a recruit school where they learn a lot about natural resource laws and the primary duties of conservation officers. Upon completing that, we attend the Indiana Law Enforcement Academy, like any other Indiana law enforcement officer, to get the criminal law, the traffic law, the defensive tactics, everything that's associated with being a law enforcement officer in Indiana. And then we participate in a several-month-long field training portion of our training, where we interact with seasoned or training officers to get us trained on how to perform in the field as a conservation officer. And so are your primary duties to enforce the Department of Natural Resources laws. So our primary duties are DNR property enforcement, resource laws like hunting and fishing, boating, off-road vehicles, but our duties include a lot of traditional law enforcement. We have authority to enforce any law in Indiana, anywhere in Indiana, as a state law enforcement officer. And have you performed all of those duties during your career here in Carroll County? Not all in Carroll County. I have worked throughout the state. I was assigned the first 15 years of my career in Newton County, and then I've been in Carroll County for about 10 years now. I want to take you back to February of 2017. Were you employed in the same capacity that you're employed now? No, sir. At that time, I was a lieutenant. I was in charge of a district, the district out of the Lafayette office. So same law enforcement responsibilities, just a different assignment. And at some point in 2017, did you become involved in the investigation in the death of AW and LG? Yes, sir, I did. When did that, or when did you become involved? I believe it was on the 16th of February, 2017. Yes, sir. And when you initially came onto the investigation, what was your role? My role was basically to assist the investigation team in any way that they needed. And when you started, how did you assist? I had been out of town through the 14th or 15th of February, so my first day back to work was the 16th, I believe. And I went to the command center. I offered my services of however they needed to. I kind of received a briefing of the basics of the case, and then I began assisting by following up on whatever they asked me to follow up on. And if they didn't have a specific task for me that day, then I would just follow up on the leads that they had received. When did you first start following up on leads that they had received? I believe it was the 18th of February of 2017, yes, sir. And tell me how that process worked. How would you follow up on a lead? So there was always a briefing in the morning. I would attend the briefing in the morning. We'd get updates on the case. They would have leads printed out, lead sheets printed out, and they would just distribute those to the officers that were following up on leads. The role was we would follow up on the lead, make contact with the person somebody had reported or self-reported. We'd make contact with them in person, ask them why somebody might have called them in, find out where they were on the 13th of February between whatever times, try to obtain. Let me back you up. Let me slow you down just a little bit. When you got a lead sheet, what information was in the lead sheet? They were pretty basic. It would be, the name of the individual we needed to follow up on, usually a way to contact them, either an address or phone number, and then whatever the person that reported the lead, a basic sentence or two about why they felt this person was pertinent or why they needed somebody to follow up on them. So a short sentence or two of information about, I guess, the content of the lead or the subject of the lead. Yes, sir. And then you would take that lead and lead sheet and make contact with the person on the lead sheet. Yes, sir. How many of these were you doing a day? That would vary because I would also have other tasks as being somebody that was local to the area and familiar with the area. So it wasn't every day that I did leads. There might be something that they needed me to follow up on with somebody locally, or an investigator might ask me to try to track down a case report or some court information from a different person that they were looking into. So I would help out with those administrative tasks as well. And then it also depended on how complex the lead was. There were times where a lead was check with this person and get their story for the day and then turn it back in. And then there were also situations where they would say, look into this lead and then follow it through until you have completed the investigation into this person. So let's explain those two different kinds of leads. On certain lead sheets, you're told to make contact with the person, gather that information, and then turn the lead back in? Yes, sir, that's correct. On other leads, you were told to contact the person, follow up with the lead, and follow that lead as far as you could follow it? Yes, sir, that's correct. And those are the two different kinds of leads that you dealt with? Yes, sir. Okay, do you recall getting a lead sheet concerning Richard Allen? Yes, sir. I received a lead sheet. Well, hold on a minute, you're getting ahead of me here. Sorry, I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 229. Can you describe just what that is to the jury? So this would be the original lead sheet that contains the person who was the reporting person, how they contact investigators. It would have a brief narrative which explains why this person either needs to be contacted or wants to be contacted by law enforcement, and then it would have administrative information on it, like the lead number, the status, or the disposition of the lead. And so do you recognize this as a lead sheet that you would follow up on? Yes, sir, I do. And do you recognize this as a lead sheet concerning Richard Allen? Yes, sir. Judge, State would move to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 229. No objection? All right, without objection, 229 is admitted, and I'll ask permission to publish that to the jury, Judge. Thank you. You may proceed. Thank you, Judge. Captain Dulin, I'm going to have you hold up a lead sheet. As you're identifying the lead sheet, you identified different sections of that lead sheet. Is that correct? Yes, sir. I'm going to have you hold the lead sheet up now that it's been admitted into evidence and explain to the jury the different sections you were talking about. So the top section, under the heading of Work Package, it just simply explains who received the lead and likely who created it in the system. The source of information is the person who's reporting the lead, and in this case, it indicates Rick Allen Whiteman. The narrative section is the brief summary of what I'm supposed to inquire about. And then the bottom portion I would describe as the disposition portion, and it gives the identifying number, the status of the lead or the disposition of the lead, who it was provided to, and then again, a description of what I'm supposed to do and find out when I meet with the person listed above. Thank you, Captain. And is this the lead sheet that you picked up, or is this identified as the lead sheet that you picked up to investigate? Yes, sir. And do you know when you picked up this lead sheet? It would have been on February 18th, 2017. And after you picked up the lead sheet, what did you do next? I would have made contact with the persons I'm supposed to contact by the phone number provided on the lead sheet. Let's specifically focus on this lead sheet concerning Richard Allen. What did you do once you picked up that lead sheet? I contacted him by phone. And how did you have his phone number? It was listed on the lead sheet. And did you speak with him? Yes, sir. And typically, when you would call someone on a lead sheet, where would you meet them? My first preference would be to meet them at their house. And what was the second preference? At one of the law enforcement facilities in the county where we have an opportunity to have an interview room available. And when you called Richard Allen, did you request to come to his house? Yes, sir. Did you request to meet him at one of the law enforcement facilities? Yes, sir. Did he deny both of those requests? Yes, sir. Where did he want to meet you at? He wanted to meet me at the grocery store parking lot. And why did that stick out in your mind? It just, again, typically my preference is to meet somebody at their house, and since he was the caller of the lead, I felt like I would just go to his house. It wasn't far away. We'd ask a couple questions, figure out what I needed to gather for my lead, and then move on from that point. Now, on the lead it says Richard Allen Whiteman, correct? That's correct. When you spoke to him on the phone, did you address him as Richard Allen Whiteman? I don't recall exactly how the phone conversation went. At some point, did you find out that his name wasn't Richard Allen Whiteman? Yes, sir. When did that happen? I believe it would be when we met in person. Okay, so you did meet him in person. Correct? Yes, sir. And you met him in the, I think you said grocery store parking lot? Yes, sir. What happened next? We just had a conversation about the lead. I went through the lead that he reported. It indicated that he was on the trail between 1 p.m. and 3 p.m., so we went through those details. At the time that we met, he indicated that it was more, he changed it to being there at 1:30 to 3:30, so he just basically adjusted the times by a half hour later in each direction. And did he confirm that he was there on February 13th of 2017? Yes, sir, he did. But the time was adjusted instead of 1 to 3 to 1:30 to 3:30? Yes, sir. What else did he tell you? As the lead sheet indicates, I was supposed to find out if he had seen anybody else on the trail that day or anything that could have been suspicious, and he indicated that he saw 3 girls at the Freedom Bridge at the beginning of his hike, but then saw nobody else after that. Did he give you an indication of where he parked that day when he went on to the trails? Yes. And where did he tell you? I documented that he said that he parked at the Farm Bureau parking lot, I believe, is what I documented. And then I'm not sure if he told me that or if I documented the wrong name of the building, but we had a conversation about it, and it was clear that he had parked at the old office building on the east side of the Heartland, which would be commonly known as the old DCS office. And did he tell you where he walked once he got onto the trails? He indicated that he walked from his vehicle to what we call the Freedom Bridge, the Blue Bridge, which is where he saw the 3 girls, and then he walked towards the High Bridge. And did he notify you if he had seen anybody else on the trail besides the 3 girls that he indicated? No, sir. He indicated that he did not see anybody else, and he was not paying attention really to his surroundings because he was looking at a stock ticker on his phone as he walked. Now, as you're talking to Richard Allen, how are you recording what he's telling you? So I'm taking notes on the back of the lead sheet. It was a pretty brief encounter, I would say, no longer than 10 minutes. I just flip over the lead sheet that I have, and I handwrite notes as he's talking. Did you video record it? No, sir, I did not. Did you record it with some kind of audio device? No, sir, I did not. Why did you not do that? I don't know if I didn't have my voice recorder with me that day. I don't know. It was one of the first leads that I conducted. If I had not started using the voice recorder yet, I recorded several of the investigations that I conducted. Especially if the lead turned into the full investigation on a person, I recorded those interactions. I had to double check to make sure I don't have any recordings of the event. I've checked my phones, I've checked my files and found no recording of the interaction. But as you're interacting with Richard Allen, you are taking notes? Absolutely. Now, before you ended the conversation with Mr. Allen, did you gain additional information from him? Yes, sir. And what was that concerning? So I asked him for his phone information. And he noted that he had his phone with him that day? Yes. And you gathered his phone information that you could at that time, is that correct? Yes, sir, for the phone that he had with him that day. Did that include the MEID number? Yes, sir, that sounds correct. And did that include the MEID hex number? Yes, sir, that sounds accurate. Once you concluded the interview with Richard Allen, what did you do next? So after the interview was conducted, I would have taken my notes, I would have transferred them or typed them into a Word document that I would then, like a summary, and that I would turn in to the investigation center. I would have ran his driver's license information and printed that off, and a picture, a BMV picture from my computer, and printed that off. And when I submitted a packet back to the investigation center, it included my notes, the person that I was investigating's driver's license information, and a BMV picture. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit States Exhibit 230 and 231. Start with States Exhibit 230. Can you describe that, please? Sir, this would have been a Word document that I would have taken my handwritten notes and put on a Word document that I would have turned in to the investigation center as my completed, lead. And specifically, are these your notes from your interview with Richard Allen? Yes, sir, they are. And when did you create this Word document from your notes that you gathered at the interview? It would have been within an hour. I would have left the parking lot, likely drove to the fire department across the street from the city building, and sat in the parking lot and typed my notes immediately after the interview. The same day as the interview? Yes, sir. Okay, I want to draw your attention to what's been marked as States Exhibit 231. Can you describe what that is? It is Mr. Allen's driver's license return that I would have gotten on my car computer and the BMV photo that I would have obtained from my car computer. And was that common practice for you to do that while you were investigating these leads? Yes, sir. And is that, in fact, the BMV summary that you ran for Richard Allen after you conducted the interview with him? Yes, sir. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked as States Exhibits 230 and 231. Is this my copy? Yes. 1 second, Your Honor. Judge, I don't have any objection to 230. 231. I don't have any objection to it. There's a social security number on there that probably ought to be redacted. We can redact it. I mean, the media's going to get their hands on this at some point. And otherwise, I don't have any objection to it. All right, I'll show 230 and 231 admitted without objection. Judge, I would ask to publish to the jury 230. What I'll do is, if this court would allow me, I'll mark out the social security number and make a copy so that you can't see through it, and then I would just ask to publish that to the jury at a later time. Okay. You may proceed, Mr. McClelland. Thank you, Your Honor. Captain Dulin, I want to back up just a little bit. I have an omitted question I forgot to ask you. When you spoke to Richard Allen, he notified you, or he told you, that he ran into 3 young girls near the Freedom Bridge. Yes, sir. And he was headed towards the Monon High Bridge? Yes, sir. Did he give you an indication of which direction the 3 girls were headed? Not that I recall. Okay, after you completed the interview with Richard Allen, you've done your Word document, you ran the BMV information. After you've gathered all that, what do? What did you do next? I make essentially a packet of the lead sheet that was provided to me, and I put my Word document, and then I put the BMV information and photo and staple it together. And I return to the command center. I provide the phone information to the investigators that are working on the technology aspect of the case, and then I submit the lead sheet and packet back into the command center. On this particular lead, is this a lead that you followed up on after that? No, sir. So this is not a lead that you followed all the way to fruition, or all the way as far as you could take it? No, sir. This is the lead of the first kind, where you gathered the initial information and dropped it back off at the command center. That's correct. I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 232. Do you recognize this document? Yes, sir. And what do you recognize that as? This would have been after I submitted my information back to the investigation center. That was a bad question. Let me stop you. What is this? This is essentially an updated lead sheet. So you recognize the top half as a lead sheet? Yes, sir. And this specifically is the lead sheet that you picked up involving Richard Allen? The top half, yes, sir. But this has additional information on it, as opposed to State's Exhibit 229. Is that correct? Yes, sir, that's correct. What additional information is on this? So there's a disposition included in this lead sheet where somebody has taken my narrative that I submitted in a Word document and then retyped it into the Orion system that they were using to track leads. And it's printed on the my information that somebody retyped is printed on the bottom of the lead sheet. And you've had an opportunity to review this document prior to court today, correct? Yes, sir. And you've seen this document before? Yes, sir. And does the narrative in the disposition accurately reflect your Word document that you turned in with the lead? Yes, sir. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 232. No objection. All right, without objection, 232 is admitted. Gonna ask to permission to publish that to the jury, please. You may proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. Captain Dulin, I now want to fast forward to September of 2022. What happened during that time? I was at my office working on some administrative work, and I received a call from Investigator Mullen asking if I recalled any interactions with Richard Allen. And after he asked you that, what did you do? I told him I had, like the name didn't sound familiar to me. I said, however, I'm at my office and I have a binder, several binders with all of the information that all of the conservation officers had conducted during that time period. And I would look for whatever I could find. And did you look through those binders? I did eventually. Actually, the first thing that I did was there's a little search bar at the bottom left of your computer. I just typed in Richard Allen, and it immediately brought up my Word narrative that I had submitted you had in the exhibit earlier on my computer. So I knew, obviously, that I had interacted with him. And then I went and found my binder and found the lead packet that I would have submitted the day of February 18th. After reviewing those things, did it help refresh your memory about the interview with Mr. Allen? Yes, sir, it did. After you did that, what did you do next? I met with the investigators, Investigator Mullen at the Investigation Center in Delphi. I brought the documents that I had from the case and, just to let them know that here's what I remember from it, and here are the documents that I have in my file. After you did that, did you do any further research on Richard Allen? Yes, knowing that they were obviously looking into information on Mr. Allen, I utilized some of the resources we have at the DNR to find information on Mr. Allen. What resources do you have available at the DNR? What resources did you look at to find information? So it's called our point of sale system. It's our outdoor licensing system. So anybody who buys a fishing license or a hunting license, checks in a deer or a turkey, it goes into a database. So, let me stop you. What kind of information is put into that database when you purchase a fishing license or hunting license or turkey license? Yeah, so the physical information that's put into that system would be your name, your phone number, email, your address, your height, your weight, physical information. And then it also contains, every license that somebody would have bought over the years for 10 or 15 years back to when we started using that system. And did you utilize this database on that day to search Richard Allen? Yes, sir. Tell me what you found. So I was able to locate phone number, email addresses. I located something that stuck out to me was that on April 1st, let me stop you. Were you able to locate various fishing licenses? Yes, sir. For whom? I located fishing licenses for Mr. Allen and for his wife. And did those fishing licenses have identify? Let me back up. Did the fishing licenses pertaining to Richard Allen, did they have identification information within them? Yes, sir. What kind of information did they have in them? So it has, again, his name, his address, phone number, height, weight, date of birth. And are you able to view these various fishing licenses that have been acquired over the years? Yes. And are you able to view them in a way that you can compare them to each other? Not necessarily compare them to each other from the initial screen, but I had asked the administrator of the program to pull information from the database that I thought might be helpful from a historical standpoint. So that would have had, what credit card he used, what the IP address was, when he was online buying the license, if there was changes in emails. But that secondary search also includes any changes that he made in his profile, like his physical profile. When changes are made in the profile, is that something the administrator within the Department of Natural Resources does? Or is that something that the person purchasing the license does? It's something the person purchasing the license does. And what's stuck when you were reviewing those fishing licenses that Richard Allen had purchased and acquired? What stuck out to you about that information? So when he purchased his fishing license on April 1st, he changed his height from 5'4" to 5'6". He increased his height? Yes, sir. He grew 2 inches? Yes, sir. April 1st of what year? It was the 2017. So April 1st of 2017 is when the change was made? Yes. Did you notice any other changes to his physical appearance that he made on that license? He decreased his weight. And so were there other changes that he made to that license besides his height and his weight? Not that I recall. Why did the change in height and weight? Well, let me back up. Is it fair to say that sometimes people change their height and weight on fishing license? Absolutely. Why did this stick out? Why did you make note of this? I just thought it was uncommon for an adult to increase their height 2 inches, as opposed to, as we age, we might get a little shorter. But to grow 2 inches just seemed an anomaly to me. Did the date those changes made in correlation with the date of the murders influence you at all? It was in the back of my mind that I'd spoke with him a month and a half prior, and then he changed his height by 2 inches. Is Richard Allen here in the courtroom today? Yes, sir, he is. Can you describe what he's wearing, please? He's wearing a long-sleeved light blue button-up shirt, and where is he seated? He's seated at the defense table. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Thank you. Mr. Razi, thank you, Judge. Questions by Mr. Razi? Good morning, Officer Dulin. How are you today? I'm doing well. Good. So back in 2017, you received some notification that Mr. Allen may have reached out to law enforcement, right? Yes, sir, that's correct. And the tip actually suggested that he reached out to law enforcement. That's correct, yes, sir. That he was cooperating with the investigation, right? Yes, sir. And turns out he actually made a call to speak with an officer himself, didn't he? I'm not sure how they received the initial call or tip. The tip at least indicated that he had called to speak with an officer, right? Yes, sir. It indicated that he self-reported. All right. In other words, it wasn't an email or a text or anything that reportedly came from him. It was a phone call? Yeah. It did not indicate on the lead. I believe on the lead sheet it says email, but I'm not sure if it was emailed from whoever he talked to. I have no idea how he contacted law enforcement. I just know that the lead indicates that he did himself contact law enforcement and definitely told them he was out on the trail that day on February 13th. Yes, sir. 2017. Yes, sir. That's correct, and left his phone number that first call. Right? Yes, sir, he did. And as far as you know, that number was an accurate number? Yes, sir. That's how I contacted him. You were able to use it to get a hold of him. Yes, sir. Right? And you ended up meeting him at the grocery store. Yes, sir. And that was shortly after you reached out to him, within just very short time, wasn't it? Yes, sir. Same day, yes, sir. Within minutes or maybe an hour or two? I would say that is inaccurate. Okay. Statement. And he showed up at the store when he said he was going to show up, right? Yes, sir. He was on time? Yes, sir. And you said earlier that, your first preference is to meet with people at their homes, right? Yes, sir. Okay, and you believe that you asked to meet him at his home? Yes, sir. Richard Allen told you that he was on the way to the grocery store, didn't he? I don't recall that, sir. Okay. Is it possible that he could have told you that? It's possible that he could have told me that. Okay. You don't have any notes to suggest either way at this point, right? That's correct. It's not unusual for people that you're in contact with to not want to meet law enforcement officers at their homes, right? Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I mean, sometimes people are just uncomfortable with that concept altogether. Correct. And so you met him at the grocery store down here near, or at least maybe past the Pizza Hut, Dairy Queen? Yeah, I would describe it as just northwest of McDonald's. Okay, I think I'm pointing in the right direction, correct? I believe so. Basically, kind of west of, just on the western edge of town, right? Yes, that's correct. The Save Lot grocery store? Yes, that's correct. Place where a lot of people go, right? Yes, sir. There's only, by my count, 2 grocery stores in this town, right? That's accurate, yes, sir. One of them's right over here off the town square? Yes, sir. And the other one's Save Lot. Is that a bigger grocery store? I've actually not been down there. Judge, I'm going to object to relevance at this point. I think we're getting a little far off topic here. I'm asking him if it's a place where people commonly go. And the objection is relevancy. It is relevant, because it has a tendency to prove that he would have wanted to meet him at the grocery store, because that's where people commonly go. Overruled. Place where people frequent around here, right? Yes, sir. Not a lot of grocery options? That's correct. And that meeting you described earlier as being brief, right? Yes, sir. And he told you at that meeting that he was on the trails between 1:30 and 3:30, correct? That's correct. He didn't say exactly when he got to the trail, did he? No, sir. He just used those time references, yes, sir. And even the lead sheet that said, I think it said 12:30. I think it was 12:30 to 3:30, excuse me. I thought it was 1 to 3. Oh, 1:30 to 3:30, the same, right? The lead sheet, I believe, says 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, and he told me 1:30 to 3:30. Yeah, right? Thank you for that. I saw the other part of the lead sheet. Okay? But it doesn't say, the lead sheet doesn't say when between those time periods that you reported he was there, right? It just says between, that he was there between 1 and 3, according to the lead sheet. I might not understand your question, I'm sorry. Well, it doesn't say, it doesn't reference specifically what time he got there and what time he left. There are just blocks of time. Like I felt like when he told me he was there between 1:30 and 3:30, I felt like that was the time that he was physically there. I'm talking about the lead sheet. Yeah. I felt like when I read the lead sheet, it was indicating that he was at the location between 1 and 3. Okay? That was your interpretation of the lead sheet? Yes, sir. And we have the lead sheet in evidence, We can make our own interpretation. Yes, sir. That was my interpretation of the lead sheet. Yes, sir. Okay. You don't know how long he was there that day, right? Aside from him saying that he was there till 3:30. I don't know how long he was physically there. He told me he was there till 3:30. Okay? 1 second, please. Yep. If your report Exhibit 230 says Mr. Allen was on the trail between 13:30 and 15:30, right? Yes, sir. Between those two times? Right. That's what you said. Right. Which would indicate that he got there at 1:30 and he left there at 3:30. That was your interpretation? Yeah, based on what he told me. Okay. And there was nothing about Mr. Allen on the day that you, by the way, was that February the 7th, February 17th that you met him? No, I have it documented as the 18th, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's not on Exhibit 230, right? You didn't reference the date on there? No, there's no date on 230. Okay, so the 18th that you met him, and on that day there was nothing about him that struck you as unusual, was there? No, sir. And he wasn't armed, right? Not that I know of. That's something you would kind of pay attention to, right? Yep. And you don't recall what he was wearing that day? I do not. Or what his overall appearance was? I do not. You told me you thought it was probably a 5 to 10 minute conversation you had with him. That's an estimation. It wasn't a very long conversation, and there was nothing so unusual about that you felt the need to direct him to the police department or take him there and interview him, right? That's correct. And you said earlier, Mr. McClelland asked you, that you probably took some notes on the back of your tip sheet? That's correct. And you don't know what happened to those notes, do you? No, sir. They're lost? Well, I would say after I put them in the Word document, then I no longer needed the notes because I've transcribed them over to the information I was turning in. So you told me before you threw them away. Yeah, I would say I probably threw them away when I was done with them. And those notes would be the best evidence of what he told you on that day, right? Judge, I'm going to object. It's a characterization. He's testified he put those notes directly into a Word document, so I'd object to the question. Characterization. I'm asking him about his notes. It's relevant. Well, it's the characterization, sustained. Those notes. Do you agree with me? Those notes would be the most accurate. Judge, same objection. Sustained. And you don't have any independent recollection as you sit here today about your conversation with him on that day, do you? The specific beyond what's in your report, no. I mean, the specific recollection I have is the part about him telling me about being on his stock ticker, looking at his phone, and I can say that when Investigator Mullen called me and asked if I had any recollection of Mr. Allen, I didn't. But as soon as I read my notes on that and read the part about the stock ticker, then I remembered the rest of the conver, like the rest of the stuff in my notes. That was the part that stuck out to me. So if you ask if I remember anything specific, I definitely remember the conversation about him being on his phone, looking at a stock ticker. I took your statement in this room back here, back on March 20th, right? Yes, sir. It was a deposition? Yes, sir. You've taken depositions before? Yes, sir. There was an oath administered, and you swore to tell the truth. Yes, sir. All that stuff, right? I asked you that question back in March, didn't I? And you told me that you didn't have any independent recollection of what he had told you at that point, right? I would say that I don't remember exactly what the question was, and I'm sure you could read it to me, but as far as an independent recollection that was specific of the entire meeting with Richard Allen, there was no independent entire recollection of that. Would it help to look at your deposition transcript to refresh your memory about what you told me? I can. May I approach, Judge? You may. Let me just direct your attention to page 29, lines 18 through 23. Just take a quick look at those. Okay, take as long as you need. No, that's fine. Do you want me to read them? Did you read it? No. I don't want you to read it out loud. Oh, okay. I just want you to take a look at it. Yep. So on that day, I asked you whether or not you had any independent recollection beyond anything that you said in detail on that. Strike that. I asked if you had any independent recollection of what he said to you that day, didn't I? Yes, sir. And you told me no, sir, right? Yes, sir. And you had spoken with Mr. Mullen at that point in time, hadn't you? You'd already had that conversation with him? Oh, yes, sir. You didn't know Rick Allen before the day you met him in 2017? Not at all. And you never made any attempt to reach back out to him after that, right? No, sir. Now, you testified earlier. Well, let's talk about your report for a minute. You had the wrong name on your report from the beginning, right? The Richard Allen Whiteman? I was provided the wrong name. And then So it wasn't your mistake? I corrected the name in my report that I submitted back to the investigation center, so somebody else made a mistake about the name. I have no idea if that's what Mr. Allen told the person he talked to and used the wrong name, or if the person who took the initial report entered the wrong name. I know that the lead sheet that I was provided, which is the one that the jury has for the exhibit, has the name as Rick Allen Whiteman. And then, when I met with him and found out that his name was Richard Allen, I corrected that, which is why I thought it was important to include the BMV information. And I started my narrative with Mr. Allen, so that would be corrected. Just to make sure we're all clear, you're not suggesting that he was using some kind of an alias or anything, are you? No. You asked me how I thought the name got put on there, that somebody else made that mistake. I don't know if somebody else made that mistake or if that's what they were provided. But you're not suggesting, as we sit here today, that he was using an alias.
Judge, objection.
Asked and answered. He asked me a question when I asked him a question. Sustained. I'm sorry? It was asked and answered. Sustained. Was he trying to hide his identity? Not. Judge, I'm going to object. It calls for speculation, one. Captain Dulin's testified as to what his thoughts are on why the name was what it was on the lead sheet. And so I think it calls for speculation, one, and I think it's been asked and answered, two. It's speculative. He can't say this witness can't say what your client thought. He testified earlier that he was changing his identity on his driver's license, on his fishing license. That's correct. So it's relevant. It's been asked and answered, and his thought about I'll move on. Clients is speculation. Thank you. You asked to look at his phone, right? Yes, sir. And he gave that phone to you? Yes, sir, he did. And your goal was to get the serial number off that phone. Identifying numbers, I don't know the serial number, but yes, sir. Lots of numbers on the phone, right? Yes, sir, that's correct. And you just wanted to get something to make sure you could identify it? Yes, sir, that's correct. And you got that, right? Yes, sir. And he actually assisted you in finding that? He did. And there was a reference on the report about some possible follow-up. Isn't that right? Yes, sir. Suggesting that there might be some more questions to ask if someone chose to follow up later, right? That's correct. You didn't ask him what he was wearing on February 17th, 2007, February 13th, 2017, when he was at the trail, did you? That's correct. And you didn't ask him what he was driving on that day, did you? That's correct. And there was some discussion about him possibly parking at the old Farm Bureau building, right? Yes, sir. But you weren't really sure if he used those words or not. Correct. So at first, you weren't really sure if you were talking about the same place, the way I understood. So that conversation at first. So the name of the building is the part that's an error on my report, but we discussed about the physical location, or described the physical location of where the vehicle was parked. So I am 100% confident that based on our conversation, he was at the building that is slightly north of the Freedom Bridge, on the east side of the Heartland, near the Anderson's grain facility. And if I put that it was the Farm Bureau building, that was an error on my part. But the knowledge of the exact building where he was parked there's no question in my mind that it's the old DCS office. You thought you cleared it up with him? Yes, sir. Did you guys get out a map or anything, or take a look at a map? No, sir. So whatever was cleared up was just cleared up by a conversation? Yes, sir. All right. And you mentioned that there was a reference to a change in the height and weight on his 2017 fishing license. Yes, sir. Or fishing and hunting license. Was it a fishing license? It was a fishing license, yes, sir. Okay. And that license would have been purchased in April of 2017, right? Yes, sir. And you don't know who changed or who, I guess to be more technical, you don't know who inputted that information into that software program, do you? No, sir. It's possible for somebody to get online and buy a license for somebody else, isn't it? It is. I mean, actually, I've got the app on my phone. You can get on the app and have sub-accounts in your app, can't you? Yes, sir. You don't know if his wife was purchasing that license for him? I don't know. Or somebody else? No, sir. It does tell me whose credit card was used, and without looking at the document, I couldn't tell you that. But you have to have a username and a password to get into the system, and then it authenticates by calling a phone or sending a text message, so someone has to be able to verify that. And then it also documents the credit card that was used. So you noted that there was a change from 5.4 to 5.6, right? Yes, sir. 5.4 to 5.6, right? Yes, sir. And there was a weight change that was about 15 pounds or so? Yes, sir. All right, but you also had a chance to look back on his historic records, as you said, right? Yes, sir. And as it turns out, if you look, I think you said you look back all the way around to 2005, maybe? Yes, sir. So roughly 12 years, that's correct. And there were many other references on those licenses to him being 5'6", weren't there? Yes, sir. In fact, when we had the deposition, you asked the same question and I provided the same answer. And there were many other references to him being 5'6", weren't there? Yes, sir. And then I went after, no, there's no question. Okay, thank you. And so the change in April of 2017 was at least consistent with what had been reported on his license historically. On the printed copies that you were provided, yes, that's correct. Okay? And so there's really not much that you can discern from seeing that information is there. Aside from, after our deposition, I looked back into the system, and when you change something and print previous licenses, it updates the header with the physical information. So what I did to prove that is I looked at my son's hunting licenses. He's 20 years old currently, and he's 5'10" and 200 pounds. And as he updated his height and weight as he aged in the system, it changes that heading. So if I go and print a license from him from 2011 when he was 7 years old, that license, if printed today, now also says that he's 5'11" and 200 pounds. So if you were to print his licenses, if he had his licenses from the time he printed them, at the time they would have all said 5'4". If I print the licenses today, they all say 5'6". The document that I have from the point of sale system shows the current changes in one column and the new data in the second column, and that remained consistent until the April 1st of 2017, where he changed the date from, or changed the height from 5'4" to 5'6", if that makes sense. You finished? Yes, sir. So let me see if I understand it. What you're saying is that if somebody reported in 2016 that they were 5'4", and then in 2017 they changed it to 5'6", then all the historic records would automatically be changed? If you printed it after that change, it prints the current physical information on any document that you print after that change. So your system then is changing information because the software causes that to happen? Only if the information was changed by the user. But you don't really know then, because you've never actually seen his actual licenses from all the way back to 2005, and what they said, you just know they've changed, right? Based on the data that's collected from the user input. When I talked to you back in March, you said that you didn't have any reason to believe that he was trying to be deceptive with you, did you? That's correct. And you told me that there was nothing unusual about the fluctuations in someone's weight, 10 to 15 pounds in a year, is there? I agree with that. Now, Mr. McClelland, when he was questioning you earlier, you said you got involved in this investigation in 2017, just after the girls were found. And then I think you said that you had many tasks. Is that the word you used? Other tasks, right? Yes, sir. And you talked a little bit about some of those today, right? Yes, sir. One of those tasks was for you to go out and interview people. Is that right? That's correct. You were given a list of cell phone numbers that were associated with the towers? Yes, sir. And if I recall, you followed up on a lot of those cell phone leads, right? Yes, sir. There was dozens of them, right? There was. So basically, these numbers would be I'm just kind of trying to envision would be just a sheet of raw data with a bunch of numbers that were associated with one of the nearby towers. Correct? Yes, sir. Just a list of phone numbers. And you're just kind of making cold calls, for lack of a better phrase. Right? That's very accurate, yes, sir. And there were lots of people that you talked to during those conversations that reported being in that particular area around that trailhead on that date and time. It was a larger area than the trailhead. So it included people passing through on the Hoosier Heartland or State Road 25. It included several people that lived in an area around that trail, so it wasn't specific to just the trail. Okay, but you told me there were lots of people out in that area. That's what you told me back in March? Absolutely. There were a lot of numbers on that list. You also did a canvass of the crime scene as part of your other tasks in this case? Yes, sir. Judge, it's outside the scope. I'm going to object. He testified earlier he was involved in other tasks. Overruled. And tell the jury when you went out to the crime scene. I had been out at the crime scene numerous times throughout the investigation. I don't have an exact list of dates and times that correlate to it, but I have officer logs on our time management system that we enter every day. And there are several entries that indicate that I was at a crime scene throughout the first week of my involvement. Throughout the first week? I mean, at least during the first week. There were several times that we would go back out there to do different things very early on. As far as a canvas that you reference, we had officers that included our dive team members, and we walked from the bridge on 300 North down to, down the creek, looking just for evidence, things that we would possibly find. We canvassed a lot of the wooded area, looking for evidence that may have been left behind. Or when do you think the first time was that you were out there? Was it before you talked to Rick or after? I would say, if I remember right on my officer logs, it would have been on February 17th, so the day before I talked to Rick. 3 days after the girls were discovered? Yes, sir. And when you got out there, you found some items that caught your attention, right? Yes, sir. And those items were sticks and branches, right? That's correct. And those of different shapes and sizes? Yes, sir. Were they kind of piled up? Stacked up together, or at least in a similar area? They were within a 4 or 5 foot area, probably. Immediately thought, hey, I need to get a hold of somebody about these sticks and branches. Right? Yes, sir. One of the reasons why you thought that was because there was blood on them? Yes, sir. And so, but you knew the scene had already been processed? Yes, sir. I mean, the crime scene techs were done at that point, weren't they? There were several times the crime scene techs had been back to the area, right? But it had been released. Yes, essentially. And just for those people that don't read police reports all the time, released means essentially the tape. Did people have access to the crime scene other than just CSIs, right? There was still crime scene tape around the area, but it was a very remote wooded area, so. But no security? Exactly. Anybody I could walk down there and walk through the tape? Yes, sir. And you felt free to walk in there too, right? I don't know that I felt free to walk in there. I mean, I was there for work reasons. It wasn't like I would go back just on my day off and check it out. That's probably a poor question. My point is that there was not anyone there controlling the traffic flow in and out of a crime scene, like there is in a technical sense when these things originate, right? I would agree with you, yes. Okay? And so you called the crime scene techs and suggested that they get out and collect these sticks, right? I don't know if I spoke directly with the crime scene tech. I contacted somebody at the investigation center and just relayed the information that those materials were still out there. And so they eventually came out and collected those items. That's correct. You spend a lot of time in the woods, yes, sir. As part of your job in this job as a DNR officer? Yes, sir. And you spent time in the woods in this case? Yes, sir. And in particular in that woods out there by the Monon High Bridge? Yes, sir. And it's not unusual for you to spend time in areas that are on waterways, like that creek out there, like Deer Creek? That's correct. Are you actually familiar with that area? Kind of generally, I thought you told me. As far as, I would say, the route of the creek, I'd not been specifically in that woods or on foot in that section of creek. I think what you said is you've worked this general geographic. Yes, that greater geographic area is what you told me, right? Absolutely, yes, sir. This being here in the Delphi area. Yes, sir. And one of your responsibilities as a DNR officer is to work the waterways too? Yes, sir. That's kind of your office, right? That's correct. And when you went out there that day, at least one of those days, you immediately noticed that there were some deer stands out there, didn't you? That's correct. Those are things you kind of catch to because it's part of your job, right? That's correct. It's noticeable? Yes. There are some signs that people had been out there and hunting, right? Yes, sir. And that, you would agree with me that that area appears to have gotten some hunting and fishing pressure? Judge, I'm going to object to the form of the question. Sustained. Do you believe that there are people that hunt out there? That's correct, yes, sir. Judge, I'm going to object based on what calls for speculation. He's stained. Judge, he's got first-hand knowledge. He said he saw a deer stand. I've sustained the objection. It's not uncommon to find shell casings, both spent and unspent, in a wooded lot like this, is it? As it relates to hunting? Yeah, just any kind of shells. Yeah. So I would say that the type of cartridge or caliber would be then associated with something that would be legally hunt. Like that you could legally hunt with. So a 12-gauge shotgun slug on the ground, or 12-gauge shells from someone that had been hunting squirrels or ducks, you would find that kind of stuff on the ground. It's not uncommon, is it, to find spent shell casings or other types of unspent shell casings in the woods, is it? Objection? Asked and answered. Sustained. You didn't tell me. That's not the way you answered this when I asked you that back in March, is it? Judge, withdraw the objection. You told me in March, if you're going to impeach him, it wasn't uncommon. Impeach him properly. Thank you, Judge. Thank you. Did you tell me when I took your deposition that it was not uncommon to find spent and unspent shell casings? That's correct. And this is a .40 caliber round we're talking about here, right? Yes, sir. Do people out in the countryside often have handguns? Yes, sir. Is there anything unusual about people shooting those handguns in wooded areas? I'm not exactly sure where people shoot them, but there's no prohibition against it. Okay, you've seen that happen, right? Yes, sir. And do you agree with me that there are even hunters and fishermen that carry handguns with them when they go out hunting and fishing? Judge, I'm going to object to the form of the question. Sustained. Is it common to see hunters and fishermen who carry handguns with them when they go out to hunt and fish? 1 second, Your Honor. Sig Sauers were a standard law enforcement issue back in 2017? Yes, sir. And it's a pretty popular firearm to see in your line of work, isn't it? Yes, sir. You familiar with the words Smith & Wesson? Yes, sir. Very popular manufacturer of firearms and ammunition? Yes, sir. One of the most popular that you'll see in the market. Right? I believe so. I don't have anything further. Thank you, Your Honor. Captain Dulin, I want to focus on the fishing license that Richard Allen purchased. You stated you didn't remember the Lee. Judge, I'm going to object. He testy? Because it's not consistent with the testimony. He testified that he doesn't know who purchased that license. That's correct. I can rephrase the question. Rephrase it. Thank you. You testified you didn't know who purchased the license. Correct? That's correct. Were you able to, in your search, find identifying information about who purchased those licenses? Were you able to find the IP address of where they were purchased from? Yes, sir. Were you about to find the credit card that was used to purchase those? Yes, sir. Were you able to find emails associated with who purchased those? Yes, sir. And you testified that you didn't recall what credit card was used to purchase those. Is that correct? That's correct. If you had an opportunity to look at your report, would that refresh your memory? Yes, sir. Did you document it in your report? Yes, sir. I'm going to show you a document. Does this accurately reflect what's in your report? Yes, sir. And by reviewing that, would it help refresh your recollection about which credit card was used to purchase those fishing license? Yes, sir. And so whose credit card was used to purchase the fishing license? My report indicates Richard Allen's credit card ending in 2968 was used for both purchases. When you say both purchases, what do you mean? Were there 2 licenses purchased? It says yes, one for Kathy and one for Richard Allen. And were you able to determine the IP address for who purchased those? Yes, sir. And was it the same IP address? Yes, sir. And when someone purchases a license, do they have to use a username or login to be able to purchase those licenses? Yes, sir. And do you recall? If you recall, do you know what username was used in this case? I do not recall that. I want to take you back to the interaction with Richard Allen. He allowed you to look at his phone. Is that correct? That's correct. And you gathered some identification information or ID number from that phone. That's correct. Did you go into the phone? Meaning, did you open the phone and look at text messages? No, sir. Did you look at pictures in the phone? No, sir. Did you go to the phone and look at any applications that he had? No, sir. Did he allow you to go into the phone? I don't believe that I asked him to do that. Okay. I don't, so it's not something that he said absolutely not. The ID number, did you get that from the exterior of the phone or by going into the phone, opening the phone up? I don't remember exactly, but I know that he and I were both looking. I was originally looking for what is referred to as an IMEI number, and he didn't immediately find that. And I had a discussion about, well, try going to your settings, and then about, how to find that, and that's where we obtained the numbers. I don't remember if it was off the back of the phone or off inside the phone, but we kind of worked on that together. But during the time the phone was being manipulated, was that something he was doing? Yes, sir. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Thank you. Mr. Razi, you don't know if he was manipulating anything, do you? No, sir. And what you're saying is that the software program essentially auto-populates retroactively when you enter current information. Is that my understanding of what you're saying? Yes, sir. So you really don't know what the information said before? It lists in one column current information, and it actually lists it in inches. And then it has another column that shows the information that was changed and then the date that it was changed. It's all on one printout, right? But in this case, it's just 2016 and 17, correct? Just those 2 years? You're looking at the year prior and then the year that the information was changed? Essentially, yes, I believe. Right? It doesn't compare every year all the way back to 2005, correct? Correct. It's only saying the change from the last time he, made a purchase. Yes, sir? After you met with Richard in 2022, you didn't hear another thing about him, did you? In 2017, you didn't hear anything else until 2022, right? That's correct, yes, sir. This case drew a lot of media attention, didn't it? It did. Coast to coast, yes, sir. And I'm sure there's been times when you sat and thought about what happened out there on that bridge, right? Yes, sir. And not one of those times did you ever think, hey, Richard Allen, that guy I talked to at Save Lot might be a guy. That's correct. And you work on hunches, don't you? You're a police officer. I'm going to object, Judge, to the form of the question. It's well outside the range of direct. Well outside. I'll withdraw it. Sustained. I have nothing further. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Captain Dulin? Oh, there's one. I see one. Judge, while the court's reviewing that question, would they allow me to publish the we now have a redacted state's exhibit to publish to the jury? No objection. That would be 231. Counsel approach. Sidebar conference conducted. The first time you interviewed Mr. Allen, what was his hair like? No objection. The packet you turned in was stated to contain a lead sheet, Word document, and BMV info. Was this a new lead sheet you could print from your car computer if the one lead sheet you wrote on was thrown away? I'm okay with it. And we're going to have to break? I'm sorry? Yeah. We're going to have to break after this then. Captain, the first time you interviewed Mr. Allen, what was his hair like? I don't recall. Any follow-up, Mr. McClellan? No, Your Honor. Mr. Razi? No, ma'am. The packet you turned in was stated to contain the lead sheet, Word document, and BMV info. Was this a new lead sheet you could print from your car computer if the one you wrote on was thrown away? No, the only lead sheet that I did not have access to the system to print new lead sheets. So what I would have done is I would have taken my Word document and the BMV information that I included in the packet, and then I would run it through their printer, their copier. So it's only copying the top sheet of the lead sheet and everything that I had, and then after I got done with that, I would staple the information and submit it to the command center. And then I would hold on to that stuff probably, just as I was making my notes at the end of the day or the end of the week of the things that I accomplished. And once I no longer needed that, I would scan that information into my, scan it and email it to me. So I had a copy of it, which is the stuff that I found when I was contacted by Investigator Mullen. And then I would just get rid of the hard copy after I had it scanned into my files. Mr. McClellan? No questions, Judge. Mr. Rozzi? No questions. All right, thank you, Captain. You may step down. Thank you. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a good time for us to take a quick break, give you an opportunity to get up and move around a little. While you're outside the courtroom, please keep your minds open. Please don't form any opinions or conclusions about anything. You may discuss the evidence that you've heard so far, but please only do that if all 16 of you present in the jury room at the same time, and then please don't deliberate. Gentlemen, all rise. Jury out at 11:10 a.m. All right, we'll take 15 minutes. Jody, you can go off the record. Off record at 11:18 a.m. On record at 1 a.m. We're back on the record, and are we ready to continue? Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Rozzi, we ready? Yeah. Bring them up, and would counsel approach real quick, please. We're going to break at 12:15 for lunch, just so okay? Okay? Yeah. All rise. Jury in at 11:30 a.m. Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. McClellan, you may call your next witness. Your Honor, State of Indiana would call Investigator Steve Mullen, please. Will you state your name, please? Stephen L. Mullen. And again, how are you employed? Investigator for the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office. Investigator Mullen, you've testified in this court proceeding prior to this. Is that correct? Yes, I have. And so I want to fast forward to September 21st of 2022. What happened on that day? I received a phone call from Tony Liggett. And what was the phone call concerning? The phone call was from the Tony Liggett. He advised me that he had located some paperwork consisting of a report generated by Lieutenant Dulin about a Richard Allen, saying, "Once you got that information, what did you do next?" I then reached out to Lieutenant Dulin and spoke with him regarding this information and asked if he had anything additional regarding that information he provided in the report that we had discovered. And did then Lieutenant Dan Dulin, at that point, forward the information that he had pertaining to Richard Allen on to you? Yes, he did. He forwarded it to myself and Tony Liggett. And did you go back and review if anyone had spoke to Richard Allen since Dan Dulin contacted him in 2017? Yes, we looked carefully to find out if anyone had talked to Richard Allen since the time that Dulin had taken this information, but we found out that no one had spoken with him. After that, did you review Richard Allen's BMV information? Yes, we did, and we found that he had 2 vehicles that were registered to him. Can you describe those vehicles? One was a, 2006 Ford 500, and the other was a 2016 black Ford Focus hatchback. With that information, what did you do next? Well, we went to the Hoosier Harvest Store security video and wanted to see if we could locate either one of those vehicles specifically within that time period specified on Lieutenant Dulin's report that Mr. Allen had told him he had been to the location. Can you tell me that time frame? The time period that was specified in the report was around 1:30 p.m. on the 13th. Prior to that, were you able to obtain any kind of photographs of Richard Allen's vehicles? Yes. Tell me about that, please. So Tony Liggett had stopped at the CVS location where Miss Spide Allen worked at and had found the vehicle which he drove, identifying it by the license plate number or registration number, and took pictures of it and brought it back out to the Central. When we were looking at the Hoosier Harvestor video so that we could see if we could find that vehicle on the video. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits 244 and 245. What are those? This is the picture that Tony Liggett took of Richard Allen's vehicle as it was parked in the parking lot at the CVS parking lot in Delphi. Do you know when Detective Liggett took these photos? It was a matter of days, a few days, after we had found the report. I'm not sure if I could say what day it was exactly. And have you seen these photos prior to court today? Oh, yes. And are these the photos Detective Liggett at the time showed you once he completed the photog? Or photographing that vehicle? Yes. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked as States Exhibits 244 and 245. No objection. All right, without objection, 244 and 245 are admitted, and would ask to publish those to the jury, Judge, please. You may. Once you obtained those photos, what did you do next? Well, as I said, we went back and looked at the Hoosier Harvestor video to see if we could find a vehicle matching that description in the basic time area zone of that time period that Lieutenant Dulin had specified in his report. What time period did you look at on the video? I looked from noon or before that even, until sometime around 1 o'clock and beyond that. And on that footage, were you able to find a vehicle that matched that description? Yes, I did. When did you see that vehicle come into frame on that video? The vehicle was seen entering the frame of the area between where, well, at the edge at the Hoosier Harvestor security video, which started on County Road 300 North, entering the frame around 1:27 p.m. on the 13th, and I believe 2035 when it was first appeared. MR, Judge, it's a little bit late perhaps, but I wanted to object to the form of the question, or at least ask preliminary questions if I may. What about the form of the question? I'll strike that and ask a preliminary question. You may. Minute ago, the prosecutor asked you if you saw a vehicle that matched the vehicle on the Hoosier Harvestor that you think is Richard Allen's vehicle. Is that correct? I believe so, yes. But that's just your opinion that it matched. Is that correct? Yes. It's my opinion based on facts concerning how the vehicle appears, characteristics, descriptions, shape, size, time period when it was there. Yes. It's your opinion. You don't know that it's an actual match? I believe it is. Okay, I understand that's what your belief is, but I'm asking you don't know that it's a match? I believe that it is. I'm going to object to the question being formed that this is a match. I think the proper way is that you believe that this is a match. That is your opinion. Any response? Judge, my only response is that I believe Investigator Mullen can testify about his opinions as to whether or not the vehicle he sees on the Hoosier Harvestor video matches the description of Richard Allen's vehicle, and so I would ask the court to allow me to ask that question. He can testify as to his opinion. Overruled. Investigator Mullen, I'm going to show you what have been marked as States Exhibits 233 through 242. Yes, I want you to describe what those exhibits are. These exhibits here show a kind of frame-by-frame or second-by-second of the vehicle belonging to Mr. Allen that traveled past the... Objection to his characterization. Did you just say it was Mr. Allen's? I did. I would object to that. Refer to it as a vehicle. Yes, Your Honor. The vehicle, as it passes the camera from second by second, well, I think 9 seconds, from 1:27:35 to 1:44. And these progression of photos, they show the vehicle entering from which direction. The vehicle enters from the east and travels to the west until it disappears off the camera frame. And do these series of photos show that vehicle as it travels from east to west? Yes, it does. And where are these photos taken from? These photos are taken from the Hoosier Harvestor video camera, the security camera, which is located on the west side of the Hoosier Harvestor building. Judge, State would move to admit what's been marked as States Exhibits 233 through 242. No objection? Without objection, 233 to 242 are admitted. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 243. Can you describe what that is? This is a close-up to, a little bit closer view of the vehicle, as it is traveling on 300 North that shows, and where is that picture from? It is taken from the Hoosier Harvestor security camera, and it's a zoomed-in version of the vehicle that you see? Yes, it is zoomed in. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 243. No objection. All right, without objection, 243 is admitted, and then would ask to publish those set of exhibits to the jury. I've got them in one packet for ease of handling. Okay, you may. Thank you. Did everyone on the jury get one packet and one photo? You may proceed. Thank you, Judge. Investigator Mullen, I'm going to ask you to approach the map for a moment, please. And can you explain for the jury? Thank you. Can you show the jury on the map which direction the vehicle was headed? The vehicle that was depicted in the picture is headed this direction. I can show. That's fine. Go ahead. Show that it's traveling in front of the Hoosier Harvestor. It appears here, and then travels west on County Road 300 North. I think it disappears somewhere in this vicinity. And you're able to tell from the time on the Hoosier Harvestor security footage when that vehicle was traveling on that road. Is that correct? Yes. And what was the time that it entered the spectrum of view of the security camera? According to the security camera footage, again, the camera, that's time on the camera, adjusted for 54 minutes fast, as we were told, and it appears it would have been appeared here at this location at 1735, and then, may I continue? Nope. That's fine. Go ahead and have a seat back at the witness stand, please. Investigator Mullen, you believe the V, or do you believe the vehicle that's in the Hoosier Harvestor video at that time matches the description of Richard Allen's vehicle? I do. I'm going to show you again what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibits 244, 245, which are the pictures of Richard Allen's vehicle at CVS, and then State's Exhibit 243, which is the blown-up picture of the vehicle from the Hoosier Harvestor surveillance video. Will you take a look at those three photographs, please? Now, is it fair to say in the Hoosier Harvestor video you can't see the license plate of the vehicle that's on the video? Yes, that is correct. You also can't see the identification or the VIN number of the vehicle. Is that correct? That's correct. You also can't see the driver. Is that correct? That is correct. You cannot see the driver. What distinctive characteristics from Richard Allen's vehicle leads you to believe that the vehicle in the Hoosier Harvestor video is his vehicle? I think I could start, first of all, by detailing that the general shape and appearance of the vehicle is consistent with the one in the Hoosier Harvestor video. It is a hatchback. And the shape, if you look at it with the vehicle that's depicted at the CVS parking lot, is in general shape and appearance to be the same. The taillights, the bumper, and other features. What other features? Other features that I'd like to talk about are the rims and wheels on the vehicle. If you'll notice, at the picture that shows the vehicle parked at the CVS parking lot, the vehicle has a black sports-type rim, which have spokes on the rim, which make it possible to be able to see daylight through the other side. This is important because when you look at the vehicle depicted on the Hoosier Harvestor video, you can see daylight coming through from the other side of the vehicle as it's traveling westward on County Road 300 North. The time that you see the vehicle on the Hoosier Harvestor video, is that also significant? It is. Why is that? In Lieutenant Dulin's report, he detailed that Mr. Allen told him that the vehicle had arrived at the location where he said he parked at, which would be the CPS building, or as they described it, at the Farm Bureau building, at about 1:30. The vehicle, depicted in the security video, shows it at almost 1:30, which would be 1:27 p.m. And just for clarity, I'm not going to ask you to step down here. I'm going to try to make this go a little quicker. Where on the map that you see depicted, which is State's Exhibit 5, is the old CPS building or the Farm Bureau building? If you look at the left-hand portion of the map, and about maybe 5 or 6 inches down from the top, maybe 12 or 15 inches from the left-hand side, there is a building situated next to is it this building here? Hoosier Heartland Highway? And yes, it's the... If you'll point to it again, I'm sorry. This building here? That building right there. Okay? After you gathered this information, what did you do next? Well, naturally, we followed up on this information. We wanted to talk with Mr. Allen, so we drove to the location Mr. Allen's residence is at, which is 1967 Whiteman Drive, located in Delphi off of County Road 200 North. Do you know what date you did that? Yes, we did. I do. We talked to him or made the arrangements to do this and did it on October the 13th of 2022. And did you drive to his residence? I did. Did you make contact with Richard Allen? Yes. We knocked on the front door. He came and answered the door, and we spoke with him at his residence. And I may have missed this, but who were you with? Tony Liggett. Now Sheriff Tony Liggett. And once you spoke to Richard Allen at his residence, what happened next? We advised Mr. Allen we wanted to ask him questions concerning our investigation. We specified what the investigation was about. We advised Mr. Allen he was under no compulsion to come with us. We informed him he was not under arrest and he was not in custody and he could leave at any time. Miss Allen agreed to come with us, and we transported him with his consent to the investigation center of the station where we talked to him at. Was he put in handcuffs? No, he was not handcuffed, and he was in plain clothes. We were in plain clothes as well, too. Did you transport him in a police vehicle? I think it's a 2014 Buick. That's what I went to pick him up in. But it's unmarked, is that correct? It was unmarked, and it's not necessarily in any way interpreted to be a police car. And what happened next? Once at the location where we were at, in the interview room, I advised him of his rights in accordance with Miranda and made sure he understood his rights. He said he understood his rights, and we started asking him questions about what happened on February the 13th, 2017. And what information did you gather from Mr. Allen on that date, February Ollie? Let me back up, that's a poorly asked question. What information did you gather from Mr. Allen as to his whereabouts and what he did on February 13th of 2017? In essence, Miss Allen told us that he had gone to his mother's house, which she lives in Miami County, north of Peru, that morning and had visited with her. He said he was off that day. His wife, Kathy, was working that day as well. He said that he left his mother's house around 11 o'clock to 11:15 and then returned to his residence and picked up, got a jacket, and then he drove out to the trails and went to park. He said that when he first got to the trails, he walked at the head of the trails, past 3 girls, and didn't see anybody else. He said he was on his stock ticker or his phone, looking at his stock ticker as he walked towards the high bridge. And did he tell you where he parked? He couldn't remember exactly where he parked at, but believed he had parked at an old building at that location. Did he tell you what time he arrived at the trails? Mr. Allen said that he had arrived at the trail at 12 o'clock and had left at 1:30 p.m. And did he tell you where he was headed or which direction he was traveling on the trails? He told us that he had started at the entrance to the trail or the trailhead and walked to the high bridge, toward the high bridge, which would be towards the end of the trails. And did he tell you what happened or what he did when he got to the Monon High Bridge? Allen said that he went out to the bridge and looked at the fish and said he had walked all the way out onto the bridge to at least the first platform. So I'm going to ask you to approach the map again, please. And from the information you collected from Richard Allen, can you explain to the jury the route of travel that he took once he got to the trails? Well, Miss Allen told us he had started at this location, which he said he parked by old buildings. So we assumed it's this location here, and then walked down the trails from this, what we call, at least I call it the trailhead, and then came on the trail towards the east and walked towards the high bridge, which is not shown here. And so he would have walked, or he told you that he walked to the Monon High Bridge. That's correct. And he also indicated to you that he had ran into or met 3 girls? Yes. Did he indicate where he ran into those girls at? From what we could tell from his conversation, we believed it was somewhere at the beginning of the trailhead. And which direction? Did he tell you which direction the girls were traveling? They were walking away and he was walking towards the high bridge. I interpreted that to be he was coming this direction, and they were walking that way. Ask you to have a seat back at the witness stand, please. Did he describe what vehicle he was driving on February 13th of 2017? He believed it was his 2016 Ford Focus, black Ford Focus. Is that the same vehicle he had? Or let me back up. Is that the same vehicle that he had in 2022? Yes. Did he recall the route that he took to get to the trailhead? He possibly believed that he had gone through the country, wasn't sure. He said normally he goes to the trail through the city, but may have gone through the county. And I'm going to ask you to approach the map again. For the record, we're looking at States Exhibit 5. Again, point out the trailhead on the map, please. The trailhead is here. And where? You're familiar with where Richard Allen lived? Yes. You went to his house to pick him up? Yes, I did. Where does he live? Well, it's not pictured on the map. So the best coordinates I could give you would be probably down in this area here, south of the location. And he told you that he possibly went through the city or through the country, is that correct? That's right. And did you build upon what he meant by those two descriptions? Yes. And so what would be, show the jury what would be the city way to the trailhead? Well, the best way to describe it to you with this map would be showing you that if he came through the city, he would have traveled on what? This is called East Main Street to County Road 300 North, which is this road that goes around and underneath the Hoosier Heartland Highway. That's the city route. What about the county route? Oh, there's another way too. Well, let's just focus on what about the country route. The country route would have taken him from his residence, traveling east on County Road 200 North, out into the country, and about in here, it's not shown, this area, and over to 300 North and back towards the parking area. And which road would he have come in on had he taken the country route? He would have come in off of 300 North. And would he have passed, if he had taken that route, would he have passed the Hoosier Harvest Store business? In order to get to this location, he would have had to go past the Hoosier Harvest Store security cameras. Okay, I'll have you have a seat back at the witness stand, please. And did he give you an indication of how long he was out on the trails? I believe he estimated somewhere around an hour. And once he left the trails, what did he do? Or did he tell you what he did? He told us. I think I asked the question what precipitated him making the report to the police about, that he had been out to the trail, and he told us that he had told his wife that he had been out on the trails the day the girls had become missing. And did he describe to you what he was wearing that day? Yes. He said he wearing a either black or blue Carhartt jacket, blue jeans, a skull cap, and military style boots or tennis shoes. Did he indicate that after he saw the three girls, whether or not he saw anybody else on the trail? Mr. Allen said that he didn't recall seeing anybody else out on the trails. Did he describe how the three girls looked? He said that one of the girls appeared to be older and maybe babysitting the other two. The other two were younger. Did you ask him to look through his phone? Yes, I did. And did he agree? At first, Mr. Allen agreed to allow us to look into his phone. He even gave us his passcode, but then he changed his mind. Did you then continue to question him? At some point, Mr. Allen became agitated with Sheriff Liggett and I, and he terminated the interview by walking out of the room. Prior to him leaving the room, did he recall what information he'd given to Lieutenant Dulin at the time about when he was out on the trails? He could not recall exactly what information he had given to Lieutenant Dulin about what time he had been out on the trails. He said he didn't believe he was out there as late as 3:30 p.m. Did you show a picture of what we've commonly referred to as Bridge Guy? I did. Did you ask him if that picture was of him? I asked him. The question that I posed to him, in essence, was we needed to work out if the person depicted in the picture of Bridge Guy was him. And his response was strange, odd. He said if the picture was taken with the girl's camera, there's no way it could be him. And then the interview was terminated, is that correct? Somewhere after that, he left the room, yes. After the interview was terminated, what happened next? We gave Mr. Allen a ride back to his residence and then began the process with the information we had accumulated at that point to get a search warrant for his house. And was his house searched? It was. Were you able to confirm, I think I've asked you this, but I can't remember. Were you able to confirm that the black Ford Focus, that he owned that vehicle back in 2017? Yes. How were you able to confirm that? When we were initially at Mr. Allen's residence, before he came to the police department, or our investigation center to talk with us, we asked him questions about the car. It was parked in his garage. He said that the car had been purchased when it was new in 2016 by him. I don't have any other questions, Judge. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. While you're outside the courtroom, please keep your minds open. Please don't form any opinions or conclusions about anything. You may discuss the evidence. Folks, we're working here. Please be quiet. Thank you. Forgot where I was. You may talk about the evidence that you've heard so far, but please only do that if all 16 of you are present in the jury room at the same time, and then please don't deliberate. All rise. Jury out. All right, we'll resume at 1:30. Jody, you can go off the record. Off record at 12:09 p.m. Okay, are we ready to bring the jury back in? Yes. Yes, Your Honor. All rise. Jury in at 1:30 p.m. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, gentlemen. You may proceed with your cross, Mr. Baldwin. Thank you. You are so desperate in needing Richard Allen's car to be heading west on 300 North to be his car that right before lunch you lied to this jury. I object to the form of the question, Judge. Sustained. You testified to this jury under oath that Rick told you in that October 13th interview that he possibly drove the country route westbound on February 13th. That's what you testified to under oath before lunch. Is there a question? Answer the question. What's the question? Did you testify under oath before lunch that Rick Allen at your October 13th interview told you that he possibly drove the country route west on 300 North when you interviewed him? Yes. And that's the impression you wanted this jury to have. Objection, Judge, to the form of the question. Sustained. Richard Allen's videotape is available for this jury to watch, isn't it? I'm not sure if I understand your question. You don't understand my question? Which videotape are you talking about, sir? The videotaped interview from October 13th, 2022? Yes. And they then could see Rick's actual words and his body language and everything that was going on in that interview, correct? Yes. But we have to trust your words. Objection, Judge. Form of the question. Sustained. I'm going to hand you the transcript of Richard Allen, October 13th, 2022 interview. I'd like you to point out to me and the jury where it is that Richard Allen says that he may have gone west on 300 North on February 13th, 2017, and let me know when you find it. Mr. Baldwin, I'm having a trouble locating it, but I can tell you what I'm looking for is where he told us he had driven by the Mears entrance and was talking about seeing vehicles there. Was that a question? Just a statement? My question is not about that. It's about whether or not, well, strike that. I'm asking you to find where it is that you said that you testified under oath before lunch that Rick Allen told you he went westbound. He may have gone westbound on 300. That's what I'm asking you to find. So Mr. Allen reported that he had gone past the High Bridge entrance, which is also covered at the Mears entrance. And so he said, what page are you on? Page 45, I believe, yes. Said there were a couple of vehicles there, and may have. He thinks one of them was a sedan. He wasn't sure when he passed, and that's what he was referring to, having possibly gone that direction. Yes, that was my interpretation of possibly saying that. He also told you that he went his normal route, which is really his only route, through town eastbound on. Judge, I'm going to object to the form of the question. Mr. Baldwin's imputing his own opinion into the questions. He's forming questions his only route. I'm just objecting to the form of the questions. Sustained on the form of the questions. When Richard Allen wasn't telling you the typical route that you wanted him to take, I'm going to object to the form of the question again. Sustained. You were trying to find out if Richard Allen's vehicle was the same vehicle that was headed westbound. I think it's upside down, sir. You're trying to find out if that was Richard Allen's vehicle when you were interviewing him, correct? We had already surmised it was his vehicle. But yes, it was nice to have him say that's his. You surmise that it's his vehicle? That's my surmising that you have. You're trying to figure out if it actually was his vehicle, correct? We would like for him to be able to confirm that. And then go to page 35. If you want to go back to 34 for context, that's fine. 34, 35, 36. Read those and tell me when you're done. From the top, just read it to yourself. I'll have some questions about it. Okay. You asked him very particularly, what day do you think that you would have traveled to get to this building that particular day? Do you remember? You asked him that, correct? Yes. And he said, the loop around, which is in town. Judge, can we approach? Sure. Judge, I guess I don't with what we're doing. He's trying to impeach what he's saying, but use a deposition? But it seems like you're wanting to testify using the deposition. That's not the proper way to impeach a witness at trial. What are you trying to do? If you're trying to impeach him, then use the deposition, but using this is not proper impeachment. This is his statement, your client's statements. Well, he misled the jury in what he said, and I'm trying to show that he misled the jury with what he said when he testified that Richard Allen said that he may have gone this way, but Richard Allen actually told him, I didn't go that way. Well, you can ask him. I don't have a problem with you asking him these questions, but this other thing where you're using the transcript, you're having him read from the transcript. And that's improper. And you're trying to impeach him. That's improper. All right. Richard Allen told you that he took the loop, which is 300 north eastbound. That's what he told you, isn't it? Mr. Allen, if I remember right, said he had possibly gone around the other way at different times and knew how to get there that way. I'm not going to have you go through and look for that again, but my questions is, when you asked him on that particular day, which route did you take? He told you he took the loop that takes you 300 north, headed east. He said that was one possible route that he took, yes. Look at page 35, line 15 through 18. And I haven't done this the proper way. You were deposed by me and Brad Rossi, correct? Yes. And that was on October the 13th, you interviewed Richard Allen. You're the one that was in the interview room with Richard Allen on October the 13th, 2022, correct? Yes, I was. So you're familiar with this document? Yes. Which are you referring to, sir? Line 15 through 18. Go ahead. So you asked Richard Allen, on that particular day, which route did you take? And he said the one that loops around, which would be 300 headed, 300 north, headed east. Judge, I'm going to object. He's imputing facts into the question that are just inaccurate, and so I'd object to the form of the question. Sustained. You asked Richard Allen, later, after that area we just talked about, well, was there any other way that you drove? Do you remember asking him that? Yes, and you asked him that because right before that, he had told you in the video when he was pointing that he had gone through town and down 300 north headed east, right? Yes, okay. So that was the first thing he told you, and then when he didn't tell you he was headed westbound, you said, well, did you take another way? That's what you asked him, correct? I'd have to look at it, but possibly. Well, page 36, lines 3 through 5. Yes, I'm familiar now. Yeah, the question is, you asked him, is it possible you had gone a different way? Judge, object. Again, the form of the question. He's misquoting what questions are being asked in the interview, and he's putting in his own words. He's forming them the way he wants them formed. Those are not the questions that are asked in the interview. We have the transcript. He can read from the transcript what the questions are. I'll do that. Sustained. You asked Rick Allen, was it ever an occasion where you might have gone to the park another way? You asked him that. If that's what you read accurately from the record, yes. And reason you asked him that question was because he had told you earlier, as we just established, that he had headed eastbound on 300 North. Well, I'm going to object again, Judge. He's imputing facts into the question that are just not true. Sustained. He testified to that under oath just a second ago. Judge, your question is what he's objecting to, which is what I've sustained. And then you asked Mr. Allen a second time. Page 36, lines 19 through 25. You attempted a second time to find out from Richard Allen that he rode west. Asked and answered. Overruled. Page 36? Yes. 19 through 25. Yes, I did. Should I ask? I should ask the question again? What was the question? There wasn't. You attempted a second time to ask Rick whether he rode west? If he took another route of travel on February 13th? Yes, I did. And ultimately he told you that if he were going to the park, to the Monon High Bridge Park, he would go through town. Isn't that right? Page 37, line 18. That's not how I interpret what he's saying. Well, you cut him off very quickly there, did you not? Richard Allen said, if we were going there, we would go through town. Judge, again, I object to the form of the question. He's reading the transcript into the record, and I'm not sure that that's a proper way to use a transcript. Sustained. Words matter. Would you agree? Yes. Words in a report? Yes. Matter? Words on the stand matter? Would you agree? Yes. And especially when those words impact the timeline in a case like this. Is that a question? Can words impact the way that a timeline is detailed or described in a case like this? Yes. You told me. Well, strike that. Richard took the scenic route when he was traveling that way. Is that true? Did you say, tell me that he took the scenic route when he traveled that way? That was my interpretation of what he said, yes. Do you think if I asked you to look at that transcript of your test, of your October 13th, 2017 interrogation of Richard Allen, that it would show that he said that? Judge, I'm going to object to the form of the question. I'm going to object to the form of the question, Judge. Sustained. Richard Allen also told you that he could have been driving his gray car on that day, didn't he? He did at the beginning, yes. Did he change his mind by the end? I believe he did. You believe. Is that an interpretation, or is that interpretation? Yes. You didn't tell the jury that on your direct examination that, Richard Allen also told me he might be driving his gray car, did you? I did not. You also told the jury, and you looked at them as you did. It was weird that Richard Allen said, if there's a picture taken with the girl's phone, it's not me. Remember testifying to that? I do. But what you failed to tell the jury is that he was responding to your question. Is that you? Right? I think I mentioned that. For your theory to work, Richard Allen's car had to be at the CPS lot between 1:30 p.m. and 4 p.m. Is that correct? I'm not sure if I understand the question, sir. Your theory is that Richard Allen's car was at the CPS lot between 1:30 p.m. and 4 p.m., right? That is what we believe, yes. Was there anything in your investigation that contradicts that Rick's car was at the CPS lot between 1:30 and 4 p.m.? Not that I'm aware of. You ever heard of a lady named Betsy Blair? Yes. Does this look like a 1965 Mercury Comet to you? No. Judge, I'm going to object. He's asking him questions about evidence that has not been put into the record at this point. Has it been introduced? This exhibit, we either marked it as 244 or 245. May we approach? Yeah, come on up. Sidebar conference conducted. They'll just recall Betsy Blair. Okay. I'm not asking, so that's my problem, Judge. I'm not asking if Betsy Blair said that. I'm asking if that looks like it. Well, you're implying, because you said, is this? Have you heard of Betsy Blair? And now you're introducing evidence. Whatever she's going to testify to is not yet in evidence. Well, Judge, I could also ask if it looks like a Corvette. I could ask a ton of questions. I'm asking if it looks like this, it's a yes or no. I don't know. Assuming facts not in evidence. That's my problem. Once Betsy Blair testifies to that, we don't know what she's going to say at this point and what she testifies to. Sustained. Our conference concluded. Were you the law enforcement officer that was in charge of the evidence that was lost back in February of 2017? Judge, I'm going to object. It's outside the scope of direct. Sustained. No other questions. Mr. McClelland, Investigator Mullen, when you were testifying on direct and I would ask you questions, were you giving me direct quotes from Richard Allen? Not necessarily. I don't have any other questions. Mr. Baldwin. No, Judge, thank you. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Investigator Mullen? Gentlemen, I'm sorry. No, you're fine. I think I said this before. I think jurors are reading our lips as we talk over here. Oh yeah, did you investigate how many black Ford Focus 2016 vehicles were registered to anyone in the Carroll County zip codes? That's fine. Were you in an interview with Mr. Allen when he stated he didn't remember which way he took to the trails? Okay. One more. Oh, sorry. That's okay. Did you run registrations for other 2016 black Ford Focuses in Carroll County at the time of the homicide to find out who else might be? Is that kind of the same thing? Kind of, yeah. Yeah, it is exactly the same thing. This one is a follow-up. If so, were there any? I'm okay if you want to ask that as a follow-up to the first one, instead of waiting till the end. And if there was, did you contact those people in regard to their whereabouts on 2/13/17? Okay. Did you look to see if his other car was on the, what is an HH?
Bar.
Hoosier Harvest store. Hoosier Harvest video on 2/13. Yeah, I'm good with that. Is that it? Yep. Sir, were you in an interview with Mr. Allen when he stated he didn't remember which way he took to the trail? I was in the interview. Could you repeat the question, please? Were you in an interview with Mr. Allen when he stated he didn't remember which way he took to the trail? Yes, he did say that once. Mr. McClellan? I don't have any questions, Judge. Mr. Baldwin? Would the videotaped interview show that what you just said, that he said he didn't remember? It would show that, yes. No other questions. Did you investigate how many black Ford Focus 2016 vehicles were registered to anyone in the Carroll County zip codes? I did not. Any follow-up, Mr. McClellan? No, Your Honor. Mr. Baldwin? No. Did you look to see if his other car was on the Hoosier Harvest video on 2/13/17? Yes, we did. Mr. McClellan? Did you see it on the Hoosier Harvest store video on February 13th of 2017, his other vehicle? No. Did you see any other vehicles on the Hoosier Harvest store video on February 13th, 2017, matching the description of a 2016 black Ford Focus? I did not. Meaning you didn't see any vehicles in addition to the one you testified about at 1:27 p.m. Correct. No other questions, Judge. Mr. Baldwin? No, thank you. All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Thank you. And you may call your next witness. Your Honor, the state of Indiana would call Sheriff Tony Liggett, please. Witness sworn. Will you state your name, please? Tony Liggett, and will you spell your name for the record, please? And how are you employed? I'm the Carroll County Sheriff. And how long have you been employed? Or how long have you been employed as a law enforcement officer in total? 23 years. And do you have to go through special education or training to be a law enforcement officer? You do. Can you tell me a little bit about that? I've been at the Indiana Law Enforcement Academy. All law enforcement officers in Indiana are required so many hours minimum of training. I've done numerous investigation trainings, basic firearm trainings, things like that. Do you continue on with training on a yearly basis? Yes. I want to take you back to 2017. At that time, were you employed with the Carroll County Sheriff's Department? I was. And what was your role during that time? I was a detective. And were you involved in an investigation into the murder of AW and LG? Yes. And did you participate in that investigation? I did. I want to fast forward to September of 2022. What happened during that time? Kathy Shank brought me a tip lead, a narrative from Lieutenant Dan Dulin for me to review. I'm going to show you what have been marked as State's Exhibit 232. Is this a tip lead that Miss Shank gave you? Yes. And you recognize that tip lead. Is that correct? Yes. And once you had an opportunity to review that tip lead from Miss Shank, why did that stick out in your mind? It really stuck out in my mind. I wasn't aware that anyone had seen Rayleigh Voorhees, Brianne Wilbur. We'd been looking to talk to that person that had passed them on the trails that day. And why was it important for you to talk to that person that passed those 3 girls on the trail that day? We believe that was the bridge guy. So Sheriff Liggett, you were a part of the investigation when it began back in 2017, is that correct? Yes, and you were familiar with the evidence and information that had been gathered during that investigation, correct? Yes, and so you mentioned some names. Rayleigh Voorhees, Brianna Wilbur. You were familiar with those 2 individuals? Yes. And what information from the investigation did you have about those 2 individuals? I'm sorry, say that one more time, I'm sorry. What information from your participation in the investigation did you have about Brianna Wilbur and Rayleigh Voorhees? We knew that they were out on the trails. We generally knew what time they were out on the trails and that they had passed a male. As they were leaving the trails, they had passed a guy coming in. And were you familiar with pictures that had been taken by one of those 3 girls? Yes. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits on State's Exhibit 211. Are you familiar with those pictures in that exhibit? Yes. And have you seen those pictures as part of the investigation? I have. And were you familiar with the timestamps on those pictures? Yes. And the last picture, what is the timestamp? 1:26 p.m. And why is that information important? Shortly after that picture was taken, that is when the girls passed the guy walking into the trails. And through your investigation, do you know where on the trails the girls passed the individual that they ran into? I do. Can you tell me where? There's a bench closer to the Freedom Bridge, the Blue Bridge, and the picture was taken at that bench. And if you would, could you approach the map and show us on the map where you're talking about? And this looks to be perhaps State's Exhibit 6, I believe. Can you show where on that map the girls ran into the male individual that they described? It'd be right in this area. Okay, right in that area. Okay, go ahead and have a seat back at the witness stand, please. And you're aware, or were you aware? Well, let me back up. You also are familiar with an interview with Betsy Blair, is that correct? Yes? And what information? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 212. Are you familiar with that? Yes. And what is that? It is Fitbit information from Betsy Blair's Fitbit that showed when she was out there walking. And was she out on the trail that day? Yes. And what time was she out on the trail? Based on the Fitbit, and we also had Hoosier Harvestor video, she was on the video at 1:46 going to walk, and then she was leaving at 2:14. And did she see anybody on the trail? She saw one male. And where was that male? On the first platform of the Monon High Bridge. You're also familiar with the evidence collected from Sarah Carbaugh, is that correct? Yes. And you're familiar that she also saw a male on that day? Yes. And can you describe that? Sarah, at 3:56, she's on the Hoosier Harvestor video, going east, going away from Delphi, and there's a Mears residence, a parking area that some people use to park. She was just past that. Then there's a cemetery, and the male was walking towards Delphi West on the north side of the road. And you're also familiar through the investigation of evidence that was collected at the crime scene. And what I mean by crime scene is where the bodies of the 2 girls were found. Correct? Correct? And specifically, are you familiar with a bullet that was found there? Yes. Can you tell me about that bullet? It was a .40 caliber Winchester bullet. Are you also familiar with LG cell phone? Yes. And where was it found? Underneath AW. And what information were you able to gather, at least in part, from the cell phone? I watched the video. And what did the video depict? Man in what appeared to be like a blue jacket and blue jeans walking behind AW. And the man walking behind AW, what did you commonly refer to him as? Bridge guy. Now, you've seen the original video from the cell phone, is that correct? Correct. You've also have you examined that video in other formats? Yes? Can you tell me about that? There are enhanced formats of that. There's enhanced audio, there's enhanced video. One of the ones that I've watched, it stabilizes the video and keeps everything upright. So as the phone's moving this, the way they enhanced it was they kept everything upright, as if the phone didn't necessarily move. What else is particular about that enhanced video that you watched? At one point it pauses, and it zooms in on Bridge Guy, and then it pulls back. And is that a video you've watched several times? Yes. And is it video? And does that video contain the same information as the original video? Yes. And again, you said it's enhanced in terms of, what was that? It's stabilized? Yes, stabilized. And it keeps things upright? Correct. You were able to examine that video before court today, is that correct? Yes. And you saw that? I put it on a thumb drive, is that correct? Yes. And the video that's on this thumb drive is the video you're referring to, is that correct? Correct. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 246. No objection. Without objection, 246 is admitted. Judge, this may take a second, but I'd ask to be able to play this for the jury. You may. And that is the video you viewed. Is that correct? Correct. How many times do you think you viewed that video? Hundreds of times. Have you viewed it on different devices? I have. I've listened to it on my laptop. I've listened to it with external speakers. The best way that I listen to it is with the headphones on. And why is that the best way to listen to it? It cuts out all the noise. Anything, just ambient noise around you as well, so you can hear things better. And when you've listened to this video and viewed this video, have you formed an opinion about what is said in the video? Yes. And after listening to the video and forming that opinion, can you tell the jury what you hear in the video? So when the video starts, the first words that I hear AW say as she's walking across the bridge is she says, "Is he right there? Is he right here?" Next AW says, "Don't leave me up here." And then LG starts talking about, "See, this is the path." And then her tone of voice changes and she says, kind of whispers, "That be a gun." And then she goes on to say that there's no path here. We have to go down this way. And then you hear a male's voice say, "Guys," they respond with "Hi." You hear a gun rack. Judge, I'm going to object. He's inserting facts that are not in the evidence. I think that's mischaracterizing the evidence. Sustained. Once you hear, move to strike that comment from the record. Sorry, Mr. McClelland. It's okay. Strike it, just to make sure I'm correct. Mr. Razi, just the statement about the gun. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Judge. After you hear the male in the video say, "Guys," what do you hear next from the male? "Down the hill." And you had all this information as of September in 2022. Is that correct? Correct. And then this new piece of information is brought to you by Miss Shank that involved a male on the trail. Is that correct? Correct. Okay. After you looked at that lead sheet, what did you do next? I called the prosecutor investigator Steve Mullen and told him what we had located. Did you attempt to do any research on Richard Allen? Yes, we did research on Richard Allen. And what did you find? One of the things we were looking for was whether or not he owned any, what vehicles belonged to him. And what vehicles did you find that were registered to Richard Allen? 2016 Ford Focus and a 2006 Ford 500. Did you find any information about where he was employed? Yeah, we learned he was employed at CVS in Delphi. So with that vehicle information and his place of employment, what did you do next? I went to CVS and found the vehicle and took a picture of it. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 244 and 245. Are those the pictures, two of the pictures that you took at CVS? Yes. In those pictures, the vehicle, is it pulled straight into the parking space, or is it backed in? The fact that it's backed in, did that spike your interest? Just that the people that saw the vehicle at the old CPS building said that it was backed into the parking place in an area that people didn't normally park. After you had that information, what did you do next? Again, just more investigation on who Richard Allen was, what he did. We learned he had a lifetime handgun permit. Did you review video from the Hoosier Harvest Store? We did. We did. And did you compare the pictures that you took at CVS to vehicles you saw passing on the video of the Hoosier Harvest Store? Yes, we did. And were you ever able to find on that video a vehicle that matched the description of Richard Allen's vehicle? Yes, we did. What key aspects did you look at in that video that led you to believe it matched the description of Richard Allen's vehicle? Just this, the general outline of the vehicle on the video. You could see daylight through the wheels, the type of wheels that it had on it. You could see through Richard Allen's vehicle as well. After you did that, did you make contact with Richard Allen? We did. And did you interview him? We did. We went to his house and asked him to come over and do an interview with us about this case. And what did he say during the interview? He admitted that he was on the trails on February 13th, 2017. He changed his time. He had told Lieutenant Dan Dulin that he was there from 1:30 to 3:30. When we interviewed him, he changed his time to 12 noon to 1:30 p.m. He described that he had went home and got a jacket. He owned a blue or a black Carhartt jacket and went back out to the trails. We asked him about any kind of head covering that he had, and he said that he kept a skull cap in the pocket of his jacket. Did he inform you where he parked when he went to the trails that day? He was kind of wishy-washy about where he parked, but he said he did not park at Mears Farm, so across from that farm on 300 North. Eventually, he basically said he probably had parked at the old CPS building. They had parked there before. And did he tell you which route of travel he took once he was on the trails? He went towards Monon High Bridge. Did he tell you that he ran into anybody while he was on the trail? Yeah, he talked about seeing 3 girls on the trails that he had passed close to the Freedom Bridge. Did he describe those 3 girls? I don't remember if he described them in that interview, but he did to Dan Dulin. Did he tell you which direction on the trail the girls were traveling? They were going towards Freedom Bridge, so leaving High Bridge Trail, that would be in the opposite direction he was traveling? Correct. Did he inform you if he saw anybody else on the trail? He said that he saw nobody else on the trail. Did he inform you what vehicle he was driving that day? He said that normally when he went out of town, so like he explained that he went to, if he was going to go to Lafayette, he would drive that vehicle, as the 2006 Ford 500 wasn't as reliable as this newer vehicle. He had went to see his mom that morning in Peru, Mexico, Indiana, so it was possible that he drove that car. When you say that car, which car do you mean? The Ford Focus, the 2016 Ford Focus, okay? And did he state whether or not he went out on the High Bridge that day? He did? And what was his statement? He stated that he went out on the first platform to look at fish. Did you ask him if he owned any firearms? I don't think we asked him there. But when we were at his house and invited him to come and speak with us, we were in his garage, and he told a story, a recent story, about there was someone in his yard, and he took his gun and went outside to confront them or see what they were doing, something along that lines. And it turned out it was a police officer, so we knew that he had a gun. After the interview was over, what did you do next? We applied to get a search warrant. And did you search Richard Allen's home? We did. Did you participate in that search? Yes, I did. You found several items in that search of the home, is that correct? Correct. There was one significant, or there was one item in particular. What item do you want to draw the jury's attention to? It was a Sig Sauer handgun, 40 caliber. And why is that important? The lab had told us. I don't want you telling me what the lab told you, but why is it important that it's a 40 caliber Sig Sauer gun? That was the same caliber of the bullet that we found at the scene. When you mean at the scene, what do you mean? Between the girls, between the bodies of AW and LG, correct? You also participated in a search of the master bedroom in the home, is that correct? Correct? And you found other ammunition, is that correct? Correct. Can you tell me about that? We found another 40 caliber Winchester round in a keepsake box, Hope box. It was a box that I saw. There was some pictures. There appeared to be a letter, a keepsake box. Where was this box located? I believe it was on his dresser. And was there only one round of ammunition in that box? Correct. And it was a 40 caliber Winchester. Is that right? Correct. Was that the same brand as what was found at the crime scene? Yes. Was there other 40 caliber ammunition found in the home? There was. Tell me about that. It was the brand name Blazer. So it wasn't Winchester, but it was Blazer .40 caliber. Did you find any other .40 caliber Winchester ammunition in the home besides the one round in the Hope box? No. Did you find clothing in the home? We did. Did you find any clothing that is significant to this investigation? Yeah, we found a blue Carhartt jacket. And where was that found? I believe it was in the main entry closet. The items that you found in the home, did you send those to the lab? We did. And why did you do that? They could compare the bullet that they had that we found at the scene to the gun that we found in Richard Allen's house. And so the gun that you found was sent to the lab. Is that correct? Correct. I want to back up just a little bit because I forgot to ask you an omitted question. Where did you find the .40 caliber Sig Sauer gun? It was in like a nightstand right beside the bed. Was there any indication, this may be an unfair question, is there any indication whose side of the bed it was found on? There was clothing on the floor on that side of the bed that belonged to Richard. Was it male clothing? Yes. How did you know that? Well, it was like CVS clothing, I believe, okay? After you completed the search of the house, did you run the information through the run for the gun, through any kind of database? Yeah, we did an ATF trace on the gun. And when you do an ATF trace, what information do you get back? The owner information, where it was purchased, who it's registered to, things like that. And did you run the information for the .40 caliber Sig Sauer gun that you found in the nightstand? I did. And who did that gun return to? Richard Allen. Did it also give you information on who owned the gun prior? It showed he was the only owner of the gun. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Rozzi. Thank you, Judge. So, Mr. Liggett, Sheriff Liggett, you were in October of 2022, when you were started interviewing Mr. Allen, you were a detective. Is that right? Correct? Or were you the chief deputy? Yes, I was the chief deputy at that time. Second in charge? Correct. And you were in an active election at that time, weren't you? Yes. And in fact, you had survived a primary election in May, right? Correct. But you were still in a contested race in November? Correct. And these interviews took place in October? Correct. And you were working on this case as part of the Unified Command, is that right? Correct. And so you had been working on this case during the time, I presume, that you decided you were going to run for sheriff? Correct. And there's a pretty big raise from the deputy's position up to the sheriff's position, isn't there? Judge, I guess I would object about the relevance about what the pay scale is between the two. How's it relevant? The relevance is that it has a tendency to prove that he would have benefited from an arrest in this case right before the election. Judges, I guess is the implication that the defense is making that he made an arrest to better his position in the election? Based on what evidence? Based on what evidence is the question? The implication is that he was going to benefit from an arrest in this case in that election. Overruled. Could you ask the question again? How much more do you make as a sheriff than you do when you're a chief deputy? Probably about $5,000. Double, basically? Yeah. Did you ever for a minute think about how an arrest of a suspect prior to that election would impact your chances of winning ever for 1 minute? It wasn't. It had nothing to do with me. It was about 2 little girls that were murdered. Did you ever think for 1 minute about how that arrest might have impacted? Objection. Asked and answered. He didn't answer my question. He did. Sustained. May I continue? Yes, thank you. So we've talked about search parties. You know what search parties are, right? Yes. And you agree that on the afternoon of February the 13th, 2017, that there was a search party that was essentially, there were search parties that were essentially sent out to the High Bridge area? Correct. And that included many areas around the bridge, right? Correct. And that involved some lay people, correct? Lay people, is that what? Yes. Yes, correct. Some of the local town residents, correct. And some law enforcement officers, correct. And other mutual aid providers, right? Yes. And that started, I think, from what we heard, maybe around 5 o'clock. Does that sound about right? I think it was a little bit after, but yes. And that search was expanded that afternoon or that evening, wasn't it? Yes. And at some point, there were dozens and dozens of people out there assisting, weren't there? There were a lot, yes. The fire department was deployed, is that right? Correct? Mr. Starrett, I think, and his team? Correct? And these teams were dispatched in all areas around that bridge, weren't they? Yeah, as far as I know, yes. There was actually a command post set up on the south side of the bridge on that private lane, wasn't there? No. Well, yeah. I'm probably using the wrong words. That means something to you. Do you agree that they set up some of the emergency units down there on the Weber lane, on the south side of the bridge? No. Lighting and things like that? No. You weren't familiar with that? No. Okay. And that went on until at least midnight. Is that right? Yeah. Something right around that area? Yes. And there's a man in town named Carl Abbott, right? Correct? He owns the funeral home down the street? Yes. And at the time, back in 2017, he lived on the whatever 300 North would be running east. He lived down that road, right? Correct? That road, 300 North, curves to the south just a bit when you get past the cemetery. Is that correct? Correct? And is it still 300 North? Yes. Okay. And does Mr. Abbott live in that area somewhere? I don't know if he still does, but he did. Yes. Right? And the search in this case on the 13th actually extended as far down as behind his house, didn't it? I don't know. Are you aware that there were people searching in the field behind his house? I'm not clear on that, no. Now let's talk about this crime scene. We've talked about this a little bit, but you're aware of the phrase crime scene integrity, right? Yes. And do you acknowledge that early on in this case, there were some breaches of integrity at that crime scene? No. Some of the photos got out, right? When are we talking about? 2017, very early in the investigation. Nothing's coming to mind. Okay, are you aware that there have been various leaks in the communication about this investigation? Yeah, there was some information that got out. Yes. And at one point I asked you if you had directed other law enforcement officers not to talk about the facts of this case while the investigation was going on. And you told me you never issued any kind of a gag order, did you? No, I don't think so. It's a small town, right? It wouldn't have been my place to issue a gag order, so to speak. Were you a detective back in 17, or were you the chief deputy? I had just become a detective in 2016. How many other detectives are there in the department? One. Anybody else on the department that you're aware of? Tell the rest of the officers, don't talk about this case? Not to my knowledge. And at that crime scene, we talked about the sticks that were on the girls. Is that right? Yes. And you thought maybe they were used for concealment. That was your explanation for them, right? Correct. But you would agree with me that whoever did that did a pretty poor job of concealing them, didn't he? Nobody saw them. Well, the sticks weren't covering their bodies, were they? But nobody saw them. But the sticks weren't covering their bodies. Objection. Asked and answered. Sustained. Now, Sheriff, let's talk about Betsy Blair. Are you familiar with her? Yes. Actually, you mentioned earlier that Mr. McClelland asked you about the fact that you were aware of other various aspects of this investigation, right? Correct. And one of those is that you were aware of what Ms. Blair had said and what she saw that day? Correct. And Miss Carbaugh, I think you mentioned earlier, is that right? Correct. And Bree Wilbur? Correct. And Rayleigh Voorhees? And at some point in September or October of 2022, you decided you were going to seek a search warrant for Mr. Allen's residence, right? Correct? Whiteman Drive, 1967, I think. I believe you're correct, yes. And that search warrant's something you do on occasion as a law enforcement officer, right? Yes. And that search warrant, basically, for those on the jury that aren't really educated about this, is essentially kind of like an affidavit, where you swear to certain facts and you offer that up to a judge, right? Correct? And you did that in this case? Yes? And that search warrant, those facts, are what the judge would rely on to determine whether or not the warrant should be issued, and you could go into somebody's home, like in this case, right? Correct? And in this particular case, part of your search warrant was focused on, well, the biggest part of your search warrant was focused on the timeline that we've been talking about, right? Right? Correct. And in your timeline, you have articulated facts about what each of these witnesses saw based on their statements on the dates in question, right? Correct? When's the last time you looked at the affidavit for the search warrant? Within a week ago or so. Within This week. Okay, and would you agree with me that one of those witnesses that you discussed in your search warrant was Bree Wilbur? Correct? And isn't it accurate to say that you never offered up any information about a man being tall and muscular as Bree Wilbur described? I don't specifically remember what I put in there from Bree Wilbur. Would it help me to hand you your probable cause affidavit? Yes, sir. May I approach, Judge? You may. Let me direct your attention if you would. It's kind of informally labeled down here. Sheriff, page 3 of 8. Page 3? Yeah, they're marked on the left side. They're kind of cut off. The top of that page, I'm going to let you read this first before I ask a question, but the top of that page, you'd agree with me that actually the first letters are RW, right? Or BW. Judge, while he's doing that, may we approach? Yeah. Judge, I'm not sure what's developing. I'm not real sure where he's going. I'm trying not to stop him prematurely. I think he's going to try to challenge the validity of the search warrant. This has already been addressed by the court. That's my concern. Credibility of the witness is always in question, obviously, and he's sworn to facts that supported a search warrant or anything involved in this case, and I'm able to impeach him on those statements. I disagree. He's trying to say that this backs up the search warrant, that the search warrant's not valid. He's trying to impeach him. For this search warrant to be found invalid, you have to. He's trying to impeach him. He's trying to imply he lied on the search warrant. We know you lied. For the information to impeach, the search warrant was found to be valid by this court. Judge, the purpose of the cross-examination in this regard is to prove that the witness statements are also inconsistent. If you've got he reporting one thing and the witnesses are reporting another, then it goes to the credibility of the witnesses as well. I already know that the warrants, we've already challenged that. Yeah, done. This is about impeachment. This is about credibility. And it's not only about his credibility, but the credibility of those other witnesses. Did you challenge the other witnesses with that? Well, I'm challenging them through this witness. I disagree with that, Judge. I don't think challenging inconsistently. It's his sworn statement. It's just like an affidavit. It's what it is. I understand, but you kept asking about the statements that are contained within that, not about complete that. Or are you trying to impeach the witness? I'm not arguing with that. Well, then what are you arguing? Well, I told you I'm using this to impeach the other witnesses. You're using this to impeach other witnesses. The lack of through him? Yeah, that's improper impeachment. You can impeach those witnesses, not him through this. I think I can point out the discrepancies that's relevant. But you're trying to impeach him when those aren't his statements. You're trying to impeach the evidence. You didn't confront them with this statement. That's proper impeachment. You mean with this warrant? Yeah. Well, you wouldn't allow me to. You didn't try. All right. Okay. Sidebar conference concluded. I'll sustain your objection. Thank you, Judge. Sheriff Liggett, did you report to the judge in this case that Bree Wilbur described the man as being muscular? Judge, I'm going to object. Same objection as we did up at the sidebar. Sustained. I will continue. Sheriff Liggett, let's talk about this Hoosier Harvestor video. Okay, you're aware that there was a video camera at the Hoosier Harvestor? Yes. And you're aware of the general location of that camera? Yes. And that camera was facing 300 North. Is that correct? Correct. And you're aware that Miss Carbaugh described... Max, would you put that map up, please? You're aware that Miss Carbaugh described... May I approach? Yes? That Miss Carbaugh described that she saw a muddy guy and a bloody guy walking east on west on 300 North. Is that right? Correct. And I'm going to let them pull this up here. Sorry, I'm not a techie guy. I'm sorry. Thank you, Max. And if I could assist, can you see the map from here? Yes. You're aware that Miss Carbaugh indicated that she saw this person walking west on 300 North. Correct? Somewhere between the cemetery and the Mears Connector. Correct? Correct. And there's only one video camera out there that you're aware of, right? Correct? Did you ever look to see if there was any security cameras on the back of the Hoosier Harvestor? Did you ever ask, mister? I did not. No. Okay, because this camera we're talking about here, it's up there on the front, kind of the southwest corner, right? Correct. Of this structure here, there's several storage units that extend northward, right? Yes. I mean, just to give the jury an idea, because you've been out there, I'm assuming, right? Yes. I mean, the distance from the front of this Hoosier Harvestor to the back, 100 yards or so, maybe? I think that's fair. Like a football field or so? Sure. And then there's some area back here where there's some storage stuff, property behind the Harvestor? Like another lot? That I don't know about. You see it here on the image? I see it, yes. All right. So this individual that she described as walking west on 300 North should have been seen on that security camera if that individual would have continued toward the CPS lot. A pretty simple conclusion to draw. Right? Correct. There's no individual on the CPS video, is that right? There's no individual on CPS, on the Hoosier Harvestor video. Correct. So in other words, you just don't see anybody walking by? Correct. So there's only really two options at that point. Maybe three. Right? Correct. That individual would have had to either reroute south, back into the woods, correct? Correct? Or maybe we can get southwest, kind of towards the Mears connector or the back of the Mears connector, right? Correct? What we would call the junction here, where the trail and the Mears connector meet, correct? Or that individual could have gone north through this open field, right? Correct. Or north through this farm property, correct? There were people living at the Mears farm at the time, weren't there? No. These was nobody living in that home at the time? No. Was this an active farm? I believe it was an active farm, but I don't believe there was anybody living there. They were using that farm. I know there was a farm. They kept some of their farm stuff there. How active? I don't know. But, okay. And so basically, then whoever that person was, let's just say they took this option here, which is the southwest option down towards the Mears connector to the trail. There were actually people at the Mears connector when Carball went by, right? Correct? So there's a pretty good chance they might have seen somebody. Correct. And having been out there, would you agree with me that, especially in February, when the visibility's good, you'd be able to see, at least in part, along this strip between 300 and the trail? It's not a big wide space there, is it? It's pretty thick. In February, the visibility was really good, wasn't it? I don't know that I would say it was very good. It's still a pretty thick portion of woods, okay? Did you ever send any search party out to search this area between 300 and the Monon High Bridge Trail moving west for any kind of discarded clothing items? I did not, no. Are you aware if that was ever done? I don't know. Are you aware of any search that was done, either onto or up north around the Mears property in this open cornfield for any items? I don't know about the open cornfield part, no. Okay. And then moving westward, either the Hoosier Harvestor property or something north of there, wherever these searches that were done up in that area, I had no decision-making of sending anybody out there, no. But are you aware of any searches that were done? No. I mean, you were on the Unified Command, right? Correct. One of the head guys in this investigation for a couple years at least? Yeah. I was the number 2 for our department, yes. And if this individual would have gone northward, there's at least, is this a fence line here behind the Mears property? I don't know. You see the field line, the divider there? It could just be a separate, I don't know if it's a fence line, if there's a fence there or not. It could just be a strip between the two fields. Well, after Sarah Carbaugh came in and provided her information to the police, are you aware of anybody that went out and maybe looked in that area? I'm not aware, no. I mean, you scoured this investigation and those documents over and over for the last 5, 6, 7 years, haven't you? Correct. And information just doesn't exist to the best of your knowledge, right? I have not seen it. Okay? Same question about the Hoosier Harvestor. There's a fence line here, right? I don't know. Can you see the line there? I see a line. I don't know if there's a fence. This looked consistent with what it might have looked like back in 2017. Could be. And then moving westward, before you get to the CPS lot, there's another wooded area, right? Correct. And that wooded area has some railroad tracks along it? Correct. And there was a lot of growth in there too, right? Correct. And that was private property as well? Yes, I assume, I'm taking a guess, the Anderson family? I believe that was the Andersons, correct? Are you aware of anybody that ever searched in that area for any evidence in this case? I'm not aware. In terms of that particular area, is it possible that whoever this was could have rerouted themselves down back toward the crime scene? Possible. Okay, could have went the other direction at some point, right? Possible. And we know there was some people here at the connector, right? Correct? They didn't see anything? No. You're aware that Sarah Carbaugh has provided some, I'll say it politely, some inconsistent statements about what she saw? You'd have to describe what you mean by inconsistent. We can get into this muddy, bloody thing, but you're aware that during her early interviews, she used one of those terms, and during her later interviews, she used another, right? She used muddy in the very first interview, and then days later, she used muddy and bloody. Correct. Days later, she used bloody, and then they were combined later, right? That's not my understanding of it, no. Okay? Is it possible that your understanding of it is wrong? If you could show me that it was wrong, I would agree. We heard from Sarah Carbaugh the other day. Okay. So they can make up their own decisions, but is it possible you're just wrong? Is it possible that I'm wrong? Yeah. I haven't seen what you're saying, no. That you may have conflated those two things together? I may have conflated them together, is that what you said? Yeah. Is that possible? No. I read it in a report, okay? You reported that she told you muddy and bloody, right? No, I said that she said muddy and bloody, okay? Is it possible that Sarah Carbaugh didn't see anybody that day? Is that possible? No. I don't believe. She spent 3 weeks panicking over this. Did you know that? No. Do you think it's odd that it took her 3 weeks to call to provide some basic information about seeing somebody on a trail? No. As a law enforcement officer, when did you learn that at some point that it was a 3-week delay in her reporting that she saw this muddy, bloody, or bloody, however you want to look at it, person that road? Did you know that? That there was a 3-week? Yes. No. No. Okay. You never realized that? No. Okay, she ever tell you that she was panicking during that whole time? No. If you knew somebody was panicking about something like this, would that cause some concerns in a law enforcement officer about that witness's ability to perceive an event? No. 2 girls were killed. I can understand panic if you think you saw the person that killed them, but the impact of that panic on her brain, do you think that that would impact what she recited that she saw? Judge, I'm going to object. It's impact her memory. It's been asked and answered. It's speculative. I'm going to object, Judge. Sustained. He's a law enforcement officer. He interviews witnesses all the time. I think it's relevant that a witness's perception would be impacted by their mental state. It has a tendency to prove that she's less credible. The objection was speculation. Thank you very much. You talked about identifying this Ford Focus, right? That you went and got on the computer and determined that Rick Allen owned a Ford Focus, right? Correct. And would you agree with me? I mean, a Ford automobile is not that rare, right? Just in and of itself. Ford, sure, there's lots of Fords and there's lots of Ford Focuses too, aren't there? Sure, and there's lots of dark-colored Ford Focuses, sure. So just that in and of itself is not entirely unique, is it? No. The fact that he said he was there at 1:30 and that vehicle's on there at 1:27. Okay? We're going to talk about that in a minute. Okay? And do you think that this car is the only Ford Focus that had those kind of rims? If that's what it was, I don't know how many had those kind of rims, okay? You never checked that, right? I believe there may be information on that. Yes. I mean, what? I hate to quibble about this, but they probably made thousands of those kinds of cars, didn't they? I don't know. I don't know. Would you be surprised to find that Ford mass-produced these things? No. The FBI assisted you in this case, in this investigation, at a time. Is that right? Yes. And that occurred early on this case, right? Yes. And in fact, we heard earlier that as the investigation kind of progressed or evolved, that there became kind of more of a cohesive approach to the investigation. Does that sound kind of accurate in terms of the totality of the investigation and who was handling it? I guess I don't understand what you're saying. Do you agree with me that early on in this investigation that there were a lot of moving parts? Yes, and personnel? Correct. And in terms of the way the computer systems were used, case management systems, all those kinds of things? Correct. And do you agree with me that there was some general disorganization in that process? It took time to get that worked out? And yeah, in the very first few days, yes. Well, and do you agree with me that part of that disorganization involved the FBI? No. They helped. Okay. They assisted you. Right? Correct. And do you agree with me that there were 10? Judge, I'm going to object to the form of the question. I've let it slide a few times, but I'm going to object to the form of the question. Sustained. Thank you. I'm sorry. Do you agree that there became tensions between the local law enforcement community and the FBI? No. Okay? Do you acknowledge that at one point in this case, in 2019, essentially the FBI was relieved of their responsibilities in this case by Superintendent Carter? Judge, I'm going to object. It calls for speculation. Sustained. Was there a time in this investigation when the FBI was no longer involved? Yes. Well, no. Even after year 2019, if I still needed something from the FBI, I called them. But they were told not to. That they weren't participating? I don't know. You didn't know that? No. Would you be surprised to find that out? I'm surprised as I sit here. Okay, now the first interview with Rick Allen was in October of 2017. Is that right? I'm sorry, one more time. The first interview that the law enforcement team did with Rick Allen, October of 2017, right? Strike that. Let me ask a better question. Officer Dulin obviously interviewed him in February of 17, right? Correct. And then in October of 2022, he was interviewed more formally by your team, right? Correct. And so 5 years later, correct? Yes. And he was not considered a suspect at any point in time in this investigation between 2017 and 2022, was he? No. Got lost in the cracks and there were many other suspects considered, weren't there? Correct. And the Orion tip sheet in this case showed that he was cleared from the very beginning, didn't it? That's what the tip sheet said. Someone put lead cleared? Yes, well, someone on your team, right? What do you mean by my team? Well, somebody working for the police. Evidentially, yeah, I would agree with that. I believe it was a dispatcher. So the processing of the information involving that initial interview with Mr. Dulin is the primary reason for the long delay in focusing on him. Is that right? One more time, please. The processing or lack of processing with that initial tip from Mr. Dulin is the reason for the delay. Is that your position at this point? I'm saying that it kind of fell in the cracks. Someone cleared that lead and it shouldn't have been. Okay, so we agree there was a delay, right? Yes. And you would agree, as an investigator, that puts you in a situation where you have to try to go back and essentially recreate something that happened, in this case, 5 years prior, right? Correct. And that's difficult to do, isn't it? Causes some difficulties, doesn't it? In what way? Well, it's a lot harder to investigate than something that's fresh, isn't it? Yeah. It would have been helpful to have these interviews and talks right then, yes. Right. For example, one of the things that's challenging is that now you're asking Rick Allen, 5 years later, to try and accurately recall everything he said in 2017, right? Correct. So for him to not be perfect about a date or a time would not be unreasonable, would it? With a 5-year delay. Correct. Same thing for his wife, right? Asking her to recall what happened in 2017 is challenging for somebody, isn't it? Can be, yes. And the same thing for the witnesses involved in this case, right? Yes. So as it pertains to some of those witnesses, it's arguable that what they reported to the police in this case would have been more accurate back at the time it was reported, right? Correct. So asking them what they remember now comes with the passage of time? Correct. And all the taint from all of this outside information that people are taking in, right? Okay. Do you agree with that? I don't know what outside information they're taking in, but everything that's on social media. How's that for a start? I don't get on social media, so are you aware that this case has been covered on social media? Oh, very much so. Do you think some of the witnesses have watched some of that stuff? I don't know. You're also trying to seek out physical evidence that would have existed 5 years ago, right? Correct. Now 7. That's challenging, isn't it? Yes. And one of those examples would be the firearm that you recovered from Mr. Allen's home, right? What about it? Well, you had to seek out that evidence in this case, right? Correct. Sig Sauer P226? Correct. And you acknowledge that that gun existed back in 2017? It was on planet Earth? Correct. And it actually existed from several years prior to that? Correct. And do you agree with me that you don't know what the condition of that gun was back in 2017, do you? That's not my field of expertise. I don't know what it was like the day we got it. I didn't look at it. So when you collected it in October of 2022, would you agree with me? Did you look at it then? Yes. Okay. There's no way to determine what the condition of that gun was like back in 2017, right? I assume. I don't know. If it had been fired multiple times between 2017 and 2022, could have changed the condition of the gun, right? Not my area of expertise. You carry a gun? I do. On a regular basis? I absolutely do. Do you have any qualifications as it relates to carrying that gun? Yeah, I qualify. I know how to shoot it. That gun's made up of intricate parts inside, right? Correct. And when you fire the gun, those parts, those tools function, correct? They work, right? Right? Correct. And do you agree that the more that happens, the more those tools get older, they wear, they change? Objection asked and answered. Sustained. The gun that you collected in 2022 may be in a different condition than it was in 17. Objection, Judge. He's asked and answered that. It's not his class of expertise. Sustained. I'm asking for his opinion. I'm not asking for some expert. And he's given you his opinion that he's not answering that. Thank you. But this delay can make investigations like this much more challenging, right? Yes. Do you believe that Richard Allen acted alone in this case? Yes. Have you always believed this? Yes. Did you ever tell your former boss, Sheriff Leesenby, that you believed multiple people were involved in this crime? I may have told him it's possible back in the day. Yes. So you haven't always believed that. We're talking about prior to Richard Allen, correct? Just talking about it any time, okay? Prior to Richard Allen, I was open to anything. That's part of being a good investigator. Your opinions changed, right? Yes. That video we watched earlier, you can't actually see that person's mouth moving in the video, Bridge Guy, can you? No. There is some amount of speculation in the fact that the sound is actually coming from Bridge Guy's mouth, right? Say that again. There's some amount of speculation that the sound is actually coming from his mouth, because you can't actually see his mouth, right? Well, I think that's a stretch, but, well, maybe so. But there could be somebody standing right next to the girls saying the same thing, couldn't there? I'm pretty sure that she would have got that person on video as well. Could there have been somebody standing right next to the girls that could have said the same thing? I don't believe that. That's not humanly possible, right? I don't believe that's what happened in this case. That guy walked off the bridge. No question. Thank you. In the course of this investigation, you and your team collected lots of samples, right? From the bodies, from the crime scene, various locations around this community? Yes. And those samples were collected for the purpose of trying to recover some DNA or something like that? Are you talking about like buccal swabs of testing people? Thanks for clarifying. Yes. You agree with that? Yes. And that's one of the kind of struggles in a case where there's a 5, 6, 7-year delay, is that you've got the spoiling of that kind of evidence, right? I don't know anything about the evidence spoiling or anything, no. Okay, a lot of those items were sent off to laboratories. Is that right? Correct? And is it fair to say that there were samples even collected in 2022 when you served the warrant on Mr. Allen's home? Yes, I believe that's correct. And all that stuff's been examined, right? Yes. And there's not one iota of DNA evidence connecting him and the crime scene, is there? None. None. Lots of digital information collected in this case? Yes. Cell towers? Yes. Cell phones? Yes. Tablets? Yes. Pings? Yes. Thousands upon thousands of documents that we've sorted through, haven't we? Yes. Maybe even fair to say tens of thousands? Maybe even hundreds of thousands? Yes. And that is one of the most common ways in the modern age of law enforcement investigation to solve crimes, isn't it? Objection. Form of the question. Sustained. You're an investigator, right? You've investigated crimes? Yes. Do you use cell phones all the time when you solve crimes? Yes. There's no digital evidence in this case that connects Richard Allen to the crime scene, is there? No. But that's what's interesting is he said he was on his phone while he was on the trail, but there's no evidence of that either. Yeah, there isn't. No. Stock ticker, right? Stock ticker. You also don't know the time of death of those girls, do you? No. You gotta lean on the pathologist when it comes to those kinds of decisions. Objection, Judge. It calls for speculation and the form of the question. Overruled. You gotta what? You gotta rely on the pathologist to come to those kind of judgment calls, right? He's the expert, so to speak, for that. There were clothes missing from that scene? Yes. Some of the clothes that you believe that either AW or LG was wearing on that day before they went out to the trail? Correct. Those clothes have never been recovered, right? No. Not down there at the crime scene? No. Not at Richard Allen's house? No. That man right there held himself out to law enforcement just a few days after this crime, didn't he? Few days after, yes. So there's nothing unreasonable about that, was there? How do you mean? Well, you started asking for help, asking the public for help, a day or two after the girls were found. I don't know his motive, why he came forward. I'm not asking you to say why he did this. The law enforcement community started asking the public for help. Yes, shortly after the girls were found. Correct. And so him reporting this, that he was out there a couple days later, would be at least consistent with that timing. Right? Yeah. And you're not aware of any evidence that exists in this case that Mr. Allen engaged in any kind of behaviors in the days before February 13th, premeditated behaviors, that suggested he had an interest in killing those girls? That I'm aware of, no. And then after this happened, you're not aware of any information that suggests that he fled this community. Are you? Say that one more time, please. After you found the girls? Thank you. Okay. It was a poor question, I'll withdraw it. Would you agree with me that after you found the girls, there's no information that suggests that he fled the community? Correct. He stayed right here, didn't he? Correct. In fact, he worked right down the road at CVS. Hiding in plain sight? I appreciate that. Those aren't your words, are they? No. So you're adopting somebody else's thoughts now, right? Yes. Mr. Carter? Yes. And you testified earlier that you thought it was interesting that he backed his car into the CVS parking spot, right? Yes. There's really two ways to park a car, right? Correct. Okay. One of them is that you pull into a parking spot in a forward direction, right? Correct. And the other one is that you back into a parking spot? Correct. Maybe there's a third parallel parking, right? Okay. So there's a 50% change he was going to back into that lot, right? He had to do one or the other. At CVS? Yes. Correct. So 7 years later, you believe that it's pertinent that he backed into his parking spot at the CVS? I didn't say it was pertinent. I noted it. But you testified about it. Right? Right. Now you're aware that Mr. Allen, early on this case, will strike that. When Mr. Allen was arrested in October of 2022, he was immediately detained right here across the street and in your jail, wasn't he? Yes, and pretty small jail, right? Yes, in comparison. I mean, how many people do you have in there? 20, 30 inmates? 34? We can hold 34 and we consistently have over 50. You ever held anybody in there that's been accused of a violent crime? Judge, can we approach? Yes. Sidebar conference conducted. I'm just trying to be a little proactive, because once the jury hears it, but Mr. Rodzi's now moving on to the safekeeping and him being on to the dock, and that's outside the scope of direct. He said he was familiar with the facts and circumstances surrounding this investigation. Big part of the investigation has been them babysitting him up at the prison and recording everything that he says. But the issue is, it's beyond the scope of his direct. That's what he's saying. But in his direct twice, he said he was familiar with all the facts and circumstances involving the investigation. He asked him that. Well, I know he did. He didn't get into that, though. Is that where you're going with this? Yeah, that's where I'm going. Okay. I mean, specific? There's an objection. It's outside the scope. I understand you want to get into the safekeeping or whatever you call it, and you can do that. But that's beyond the scope of where we are at this time. I think he opened with direct. My point I'm making is I think he opened the door to do that now. Of course, I'm going to recall him later. Okay. You can do it then. You know, I'm just saying I don't want to sit here and have a tizzy about it all over. Okay. I think when he asked him that broad question, you guys opened the door. Well, it's beyond the scope specifically now, so I sustain your objection. Thank you, Your Honor. Sidebar conference concluded. We'll return to that conversation. 1 second, Your Honor. I asked you about this earlier, because we kind of touched on this. Well, actually, strike that. You testified earlier that there was one .40 caliber round recovered from Mr. Allen's home, right? Correct. There was actually several .40 caliber rounds recovered from his home, wasn't there? Right. The other was Blazer, correct? Yeah. So there was a Smith & Wesson that was recovered from his closet, right? Winchester, correct. Winchester, Smith & Wesson, right? Correct. Pretty common round in terms of ammunition talk, right? I'm not a big gun guy. I don't know. I can't answer that. Have you ever heard of Smith & Wesson? Yeah, sure. It's one of the most popular brands in the firearm business. Absolutely. And Winchester is also, right? Yes. There was a second round recovered from that closet, was there not? Are we talking about closet or the keepsake box? Closet, because both them were recovered from the closet. Winchester round, Blazer round? No. I don't know about the closet. Okay, fair enough. Were there 2 rounds that were solo, free-floating rounds? I know of the one. I don't know of the others. There were a lot of things taken. I don't know. If there was another one, I don't know of that. There were also a number of Blazer rounds taken from some magazines that were in the house, right? Correct? And those were also all .40 caliber rounds, correct? Sent to the lab for testing. They were sent to the lab. I'm not sure what testing they did with them. And let's talk about the bullet that was recovered from the crime scene, okay? Okay. Do you agree with me? Have you seen the photos of that bullet? Yes. And how many photos do you think you've seen? In your mind, how many do you think you've seen? Different photos, if you had to estimate. The photos that I've seen are from the lab. You haven't even seen the ones from the crime scene? I don't think I've seen the pictures from the crime scene, no. I mean, it's that bullet that ultimately led to your arrest of Mr. Allen, right? That was a part of it, yes. Yeah. When you got the result back from the lab, that's when you decided, we're arresting this guy. I think that's kind of what put us over the hump, yes. Yeah. But for that bullet, he probably wouldn't be in jail, right? Not true. Well, he wouldn't have been in jail in October of 2022. Correct? I can't say that. You wouldn't have arrested him on that day if you didn't have that bullet. I can't say that. What other information would have supported his arrest at that point? The fact that 3 girls saw him walking in, that he was on the Hoosier Harvestor video at 127. They pass him after 126. Betsy Blair sees him on the bridge. Sarah Carbaugh sees him on 300 North, and we have a bullet. Betsy Blair saw a man who was boyish to her. Remember that? Yeah. How old was he at the time? In his 40s. Betsy Blair saw a man that was youthful. To her, she saw a man with brown, poofy hair, right? Witnesses, all the witnesses described it a little bit different. Even the 3 girls that were together, their story was a little bit different. She saw a man with brown, poofy hair, didn't she? I believe that's what she said. In his 20s or 30s? Yes. Is there anything wrong with just believing what she had to say about the identity of that person? Is it proper to just believe she saw what she saw? Is it proper to believe what? I believe what? Withdraw the question. I believe what she saw. You think she's a credible person? Yes. Okay. And her description does not fit the description of Mr. Allen, does it? But again, neither does the 3 girls that saw him at the same time. Right? Exactly right, right? Right. Let's talk about this. 1 second, Your Honor. Nick, do you have the exhibit that was taken from the bench? No, I do not. Do you think it's up here? 'Cause I'm not seeing it. I know you used it earlier. Oh, here it is. I apologize. You said earlier, Mr. McClelland asked you about the significance of that photograph that was taken by one of those girls on the bench at the trail, right? Correct. And that photograph is very significant in your timeline. You said that earlier, didn't you? Correct. And you said that because your belief that those girls saw Bridge Guy on that trail shortly after that photograph was taken? Correct? That photograph was taken at 1:26 in the afternoon, wasn't it? Correct? What time was that black car on the Hoosier Harvestor video? 1:27? Correct? Headed west? Correct. So it's very plausible that whoever was in that black car was not seen on that trail after those girls got off that bench, right? No. The car was out on the roadway a minute after they took that picture, correct? Going in the opposite direction, right? They passed him between leaving the bench and the Freedom Bridge. Betsy Blair sees the same three girls. She's on video at 1:46 returning. So if you count in 2 minutes of Betsy Blair seeing them when they're walking on the trail near the Freedom Bridge, maybe they left at 1:44. But that's you making up all those times in the middle. It's absolutely not making it up. But that's your version of this evidence. No, it's on video. 1 second, please. Rick Allen said he saw 3 girls on the trail, correct? That's not even right, is it? No, there were 4. Betsy Blair said she saw 3 girls on the trail? No, she saw 4. You testified earlier that you listened to that 43-second video a number of times, right? Correct. And you drew some conclusions about what was said on the video? Correct. You got 14,000 tips in this case, right? Or more? Correct. And there were people with all different kinds of opinions about what was said on that video, right? Sure, I don't remember specifically, but yeah. Lots of interpretations, right? Correct. People hear things differently, correct. Depends on where you're situated in your life experiences, things like that, right? For example, if someone were thinking somebody was creepy, they might describe them as being dressed in all black, right? Correct? That might not be true. I'm sorry, but that might not be true. That they're creepy because they're dressed in all black, correct? You know, from investigating cases and learning about how to investigate cases, that witnesses can be unreliable. They teach you that, don't they, when you go to training? That witnesses are unreliable. Say that again. I guess I don't understand. Eyewitness testimony could be unreliable. I don't know that I would say, oh, it's just because it's different, it's unreliable. I believe I've got one other earlier. Do you recall Mr. McClelland asking you some questions about collecting that gun at Rick Allen's house? Correct. And you were getting ready to tell him that the lab suggested if you bring a Sig Sauer to them, they'll match it to that gun, that bullet. I don't know that those were the exact words I would have used. But okay, yeah. They were already looking for a Sig Sauer before you even collected one, weren't they? They told us if we had a Sig Sauer or a Smith & Wesson, they believed that's what the extractions were from. They could match that bullet with that gun? Correct. I have nothing further, Mr. McClelland. Thank you, Judge. Sheriff Liggett, I got a little confused, and so I want to make sure I've got the information right. When you searched the home of Richard Allen, was there a bullet found in a hope box in his room? Correct. What kind of bullet was in that hope box? .40 caliber Winchester. Was there other .40 caliber ammunition found in the house? I know of Blazer. There was Blazer. Where was that? I'm sorry. Go ahead. That was in the magazines. I don't know of any other that I know of. Okay. So let me make sure I clarify that. We've got the bullet in the hope box. There was also .40 caliber ammunition found in the firearm, correct? The firearm that you found? Correct? Correct. The .40 caliber Sig Sauer firearm? Correct. Make sure we're talking about the right firearm. The ammunition in that firearm was what kind? Blazer. I think you testified, but this is where I'm unclear. Were there also magazines with that firearm? I knew of the one that was in it. What's a magazine? I believe so that's what holds the bullets that goes into the butt, the handle of the gun. You refer to it as magazines? Maybe I'm using the wrong terminology. Mags. Yes. Okay, there was one in the gun, correct. Were there others with the gun? I believe there was one other. And the ammunition that was in those magazines, what kind of ammunition was it? I'm sorry, what was I'll withdraw? Thank you. Sorry, didn't hear it, Judge. The ammunition that was in the magazines, what brand of ammunition was that? I believe it was Blazer. Okay, so did you find any other .40 caliber ammunition that was Smith & Wesson Winchester brand in the house besides what was in the Hope box? Not to my knowledge, no. Okay. All right. Next, Mist. Razi has asked you a series of questions, and it seemed to imply that someone's memory closer in time to the action or the incident would be better than 5 years later. You remember that line of questioning? Yes. And do you agree with that somebody's memory close in time to an incident is better than recalling what happened 5 years later? I do. And so going with that reasoning, would it be fair to assume that Mr. Allen's memory, I'll rephrase the question. In your opinion, is Mr. Allen's memory better closer in time to the incident or 5 years later? Yes. And he believes that too. He said that in the interview in October of 22. He said the same thing. And his memory closer in time to the incident, he was on the trail at what time? 1:30 to 3:30. And then he changed that 5 years later to what time? Noon to 1:30. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Mr. Razi? So what Betsy Blair saw and some of the description of that man on that bridge that day would be the best evidence of what that man looked like. Right? Correct? 20 to 30-year-old man? Correct. Almost twice the age of Rick Allen. Right? From her perspective, yes. Well, she's entitled to a perspective, isn't she? Absolutely. But she was closer than anybody else. Her perspective is, right? Her perspective is, no, that's not true. Sarah Carbaugh was closer than anybody else. Well, we'll let them decide what they think about her perspective. You talked about those, Mr. McClelland asked you about those other rounds in that house, right? Right? Do you agree with me that there was never a determination by your firearms examiner that suggested that there was any sufficient agreement between the marks on any of those rounds and the one found at the crime scene? I'm going to object, Judge. He's not in a position to be able to answer that question. He sustained. How does he know? He's the witness. There's an expert, correct? Correct, Your Honor. Sustained. Did you read the report? Read what report? Miss Oberg's report? I read the lab report, yes. The 14-page report? I don't remember how many pages it was. May I ask that question again now that he's read the report? If he can recall. I'm sorry? If he recalls. But again, we have an expert that will testify to that, correct? Correct, Judge, and the state's position is the expert's in the best position to answer those questions. Yeah, she is, you're right. We'll do that tomorrow. I withdraw it. Thank you. Any other questions? You mentioned this Hope box earlier, right? Hope box, keepsake box, something like that. Those are your words, keepsake box, correct? What does it look like? It was a wooden box. Okay. And it had things like a wristband. It just seemed like something that people kept important things to them. Okay? And are you aware of any connection between the marks on that round in that box and the firearm that was recovered from Mr. Allen's home? I'm not, no. I don't have any other questions. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Sheriff Liggett? No response or indication from any juror. No? All right. Thank you, Sheriff. You may step down. Thank you. Do we want to take a break? Yes, Judge. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is an appropriate time for us to take our afternoon recess. While you're outside the courtroom, please keep your minds open. Please don't form any opinions or conclusions about anything. You may discuss the evidence that you've heard so far, but please only do that if all 16 of you are present in the jury room at the same time, and please don't deliberate. Gentlemen, all rise. Jury out at 3:31 p.m. All right, let's take 15 minutes. Jody, you can go off the record. Off record at 3:50 p.m. Are we ready, gentlemen? Yes, Your Honor. Judge, I don't know how. Is Mr. Holman going today later? Yes. There's questions that I think I should be able to ask, but to Mr. Holman when he testifies, and I think they're appropriate. But I do not want to run afoul of anything the court finds inappropriate, and I didn't know if you want to do that, take care of that now, because then before the jury comes in, or have the jury leave after Mr. Vito's testimony. Who's testifying next? Oh, okay. And how long will he take? I don't think very long. We have pictures from the search warrant that we're going to attempt to introduce through him, and I think there's about 30 pictures, and go through those. I don't think it'll take long, Judge, but depends on Cross, I suppose, too, right? But we're going to go through the pictures quickly. I don't think it'll take long. So what specifically about, you can sit down, what specifically about Trooper Holman are you inquiring about? Judge, would it help if I clarified that the intent on calling Mr. Holman today would only be to talk about his participation or his presence at the search warrant and statements made by Richard Allen while during the search of the house? We plan on calling Mr. Holman, Lieutenant Holman again, after the lab tech about a second interview with Richard Allen. Okay? Does that help, Mr.? Yes. I mean, we'll have to have those conversations at a later time. But yeah, thank you. Judge, may we approach? Sidebar conference conducted. You're going to ask him about these today? Yes. These are from authenticated hearsay documents. This is from information he took from that was downloaded from Google. That's from here. They're not authenticated. I don't think they have to be for him to testify about them. What are you talking about? Judge, maybe we should go over here. So, Judge, the state believes that the defense has opened the door at this point to talk about other digital evidence that they found of Mr. Allen that connects Richard Allen. We made that point pretty clear with the questioning today with Steve Mullen. Dave Vito, he executed the search warrant for, based off of that we found. You know, this doesn't open the door for you guys to talk. Thank you. Google returned the warrant with this information and search history from Google. Dave Vito examined that return and the report based off of the return. Okay, there were websites that were searched, including, may I look at the list? Yeah, that tie him to the kidnapping. Right. These are unauthenticated hearsay records from Google, and to allow him to testify to that without the proper authentic, is there a keeper of the record, is not, or there is. I don't have it with me. Oh, there is a keeper of the record? I believe so. I think there's when we got the information back from Google, I think, well, usually, they're not signed as Google. I don't have that today, and so I can print off all that and provide that to them. Are you saying that this was something that he searched? It's in here, this. He's searching these. This is from after he was arrested. No. Yeah, it is 123. It's on here. He went to the websites connected with those searches. You can't connect this to that. Okay? I mean, this is, unless he's 65 best kidnapping, he searched it on October 5th of 2022, okay? But this isn't that. This is something from, 1/2023, when he was in Westville. That's when the officer, unless he's went to the website and just pulled the cover sheet. So it'll come up later. We will talk about this later. Okay, thank you. Sidebar conference concluded. All right. Are we ready to bring the jury back in then? Okay, let's bring them in. All rise. There. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. McClellan, you may call your next witness. Your Honor, the state of Indiana would call Indiana State Police Trooper Dave Vito, please. Mr. Vito, the microphone that you have in front of you, it doesn't amplify for the defense or for the jury or for the state. It only amplifies for the audience. So I'm going to ask you to speak up as best you can so that everybody at my table, everybody at the defense table and the jury can hear you. Fair enough? Yes, sir. Will you state your name, please? David R. Vito. And will you spell that, please? And how are you employed? As a detective with the Indiana State Police assigned to the Lafayette Post. And how long have you been a law enforcement officer with the Indiana State Police? Over 10 years. And do you go through special education, training, or training to become an Indiana State Police officer? I did. I graduated the Indiana State Police Law Enforcement Academy after the 6-month academy, and have taken since then numerous trainings every year, law enforcement trainings every year, including IMPD's Homicide Investigation School and Reed interviewing. I want to take you back to October 13th of 2022. Were you on duty that day? Yes, I was. And did you assist in the execution of a search warrant for the home of Richard Allen? I did. And how were you involved in that search? I witnessed pictures being taken and helped search for items in the residence. You assisted in the search of the home? Yes, sir. What areas did you search in the home, if you know? Mainly, I searched the master bedroom, the master closet, the garage, kitchen, and the office and spare bedroom. And while you searched the residence, when you would find an item that you collected from the search, would someone be there to photograph that item? Yes, Troop, and would go ahead. Trooper Matthew Clemens, and were you present when Trooper Matthew Clemens photographed the items? Yes, sir. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits 247 through 275. Can you go through those photos, please? Yes, sir. These were photographs taken during the search warrant, and those aren't all the photos taken. Correct? That's correct. These are? Fine. But there's some of the photos taken? That's correct. And you recognize those as photos that were taken again during the search warrant of Richard Allen's home? Yes, sir. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked as States Exhibits 247 through 275. No objection. All right. Without objection, 247 to 275 inclusive are admitted, and Judge would ask permission to publish those to the jury. You may? Judge, is it okay if proceed? Yeah, you can proceed. Okay, thank you, Judge. Trooper Vito, I'd like to direct your attention to the TV here in the courtroom, and I'd like to go through these photos and just briefly describe each photo. Yes, sir. We're going to start with States Exhibit 247. Can you explain to the jury what that is? Yes, this is a picture of the outside of Richard Allen's residence located in Delphi, Indiana. States Exhibit 248. This is a different angle of Richard Allen's residence, where you could see his vehicle parked in the garage. And States Exhibit 249. This is Richard Allen's 2016 Ford Focus. That was the vehicle he drove to the trails on February 13th, 2017. Objection? Your Honor, calls for speculation for the officer. Fine, Judge, I'll move on to a different question. Was this vehicle in the home that you searched on October 13th, 2022? Yes, sir, it was in the garage. Okay, States Exhibit 250. This is another picture of his vehicle with different lighting and a different angle. And I want to draw your attention to the wheels in this picture. Are you able to see light projecting through the wheels on the vehicle? Yes, sir. States Exhibit 51. This picture is taken inside of the garage still. It is the doorway there is the entry into the house that would go into the laundry room. Next to the doorway, there's a storage rack and boots that were stored outside the entryway. States Exhibit 252. What is this a picture of? So this is still inside of the garage. This workbench would have been on the other side of the car that the car was blocking, and we located numerous knives on the workbench. And, in the drawers, a couple box cutters. States Exhibit 253. There are the knives that were located in the garage out of the sheaths. These are the knives in the previous picture. States 2. States Exhibit 252. Just out of the holder or the sheath for the knife? Yes, sir. Okay. States Exhibit 254. Where are we now in the house? This picture moves into the kitchen of the house. This is in between the refrigerator and the stove, with a little basket that contained what you would carry like every day, like sunglasses, keys, Richard Allen's name badge, a box cutter, and 2 knives. Were the knives and the box cutter, when you searched the home, where were those? I believe they were either in the basket or right next to it. And in the basket is a name tag with Rick's name on it? That is correct. States Exhibit 255. This picture was taken in the office. It is of a plastic bag that had a bunch of cell phone chargers and other device chargers, electronic device charging cables. States Exhibit 256. These were all of the phones that were located in the office, including the pagers and the older flip phones. There was also phones located in his, Richard Allen's closet in the master bedroom. The only phone that we were not able to recover was the one from February 13th, 2017, Your Honor. Calls for speculation. He has no idea what other phones they may have had that may not have been there. Overruled. Go ahead, Trooper. Like I said, these were the phones that they had kept in the office. And when we looked at the phone information that we had, that he did have from February 13th, we were not able to find that phone in those collections. You also found phones in the bedroom? That's correct. Is there a picture of those phones? I do. There is a picture of them. It's not included with these pictures, but I believe it was of 2 other flip phones and 2 walkie-talkies. Okay? States Exhibit 257. These were knives that were found inside the home, I believe inside the master bedroom. States 258. These are the knives from the previous picture, but out of the sheaths. I want to move to States Exhibit 259. This picture is in the master bedroom. This would have been Richard Allen's closet in the master bedroom. States Exhibit 260. Still inside Richard Allen's closet with the gun cases and shoes. States 261. Still inside of the closet with the boots and the shoes underneath the clothes. States Exhibit 262. This picture moves into the foyer of the home. This was in the coat closet located in the foyer, and a picture of a jacket that was similar to what he described he was wearing on February 13th. States 263. That's just a picture of the back of the jacket. Move on to States Exhibit 264. This is a picture back in the master bedroom. This was the SIG 40 caliber firearm that Detective Liggett located in Richard Allen's nightstand next to the bed. And were there 2 magazines found with that firearm? I believe so, yes. And were those loaded? I do not recall if they were loaded. Are they loaded in the picture? Yes, sir. States Exhibit 265. It is the picture of the serial number of the SIG firearm. States Exhibit 266. It is another picture, different angle of the firearm. States Exhibit 267. That is another picture of the firearm and the ammo that was in the magazines. And States Exhibit 268. That is the 40 caliber Blazer round that was in the magazines of that firearm. Now, I believe when I read the top of that, it says Blazer, and it looks like it has an S&W on it. Can you explain that? That's 40 caliber Smith & Wesson. And what is Blazer? What does that identify? That would be the name of the ammunition. States Exhibit 269. This is of a picture of a memory box or a keepsake box that was located in the master bedroom. States Exhibit 270. This is a picture of the inside of the box that contained numerous items from Richard Allen's previous employment, graduation cards, a note from his mother, and there was also a 40 caliber hollow point Winchester round located on the left, lower left side of the box that was similar to the round found at the crime scene. States Exhibit 271. Another picture of the box with different items located in it. States Exhibit 272. That is a closer-up image of the round that was located in that box. Then States Exhibit 273. That is a picture of the back, the Winchester 40 caliber Smith & Wesson round. Now, both this round and the rounds that were in the gun have Smith & Wesson on them. That is correct. Can you explain why they both, and are they of the same brand? Different manufacturers, I believe, one being Blazer, one being the Winchester. One was a hollow point, the other was full metal jacket, but same caliber of round. Why do both have Smith & Wesson on or S&W on them, do you know? I believe it's just the same caliber of the round is. Okay, but the brand, you're saying Winchester and Blazer are different brands? I believe so, yes. Okay. States Exhibit 274. This is a picture that I took in the spare bedroom. It is of a photo album that was stored in that room of different pictures of the Monon High Bridge and the trails. It appeared that Richard Allen and his family had gone out to the trails multiple times a year, and they documented the photos in these photo albums. The earliest I believe that I was able to find was from 2008. Then, finally, States Exhibit 275. These are other pictures from the photo album. Going from our right to left, the caption is a little bit cut off, but that picture is from February of 2016, and I believe the caption says, "Ricky posing by a tree." The middle picture is from March of 2016 of Richard Allen fishing in Deer Creek. And then the one all the way on the left is a picture of Richard Allen from April of 2016, looking down off of the Monon Trail. After you concluded the search warrant at the house, were there the items that you collected, were they sent to the various Indiana State Police labs to be tested? That is correct. First, myself and Trooper Clemens transported them to the State Police post and secured them. I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Miss Auger. Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper, how do I address you? Trooper is fine. Okay. Trooper Vito, I want to show you pictures 270, 271, 272, and 273. Yes, ma'am. Now, it's important. You can keep those. It's important to conduct a search in a professional way. Yes, are you ask? Yes. Yes, ma'am. Okay. And especially when you're dealing with the murder of 2 young girls. Yes, ma'am. And you were supervising the photography. I would say that's incorrect. All right, were you there and pointing things out to the photographer? Multiple detectives were there, and when we would find an item that we were going to collect, they would take a photograph of it before we would take it. And what about those photographs? Did you supervise those photographs? I was present when they were taken, and you would want to make sure that those photographs were taken in a very professional way. Yes, ma'am? Okay, and you made sure that someone photographed the bullet end of the cartridge. Is that correct? I don't believe I made sure that they did that, but they'd take a picture of that, okay? So we have the bullet end in a copper color, right? Yes, ma'am. And then we also made sure we got the other end of the bullet, correct? Yes. Trooper Clemens did take a picture of that. Okay? And what do you call the, I'm not a never touched a gun. What do you call that end? I'm not too sure. That would be where I can't think of the exact term. How about the non-bullet end? The opposite end, correct. The opposite end. All right? So you've got both ends of the bullet, right? Correct? And someone's holding the bullet? That's correct. And this is a bullet that you seized? That is correct. And you sent it to the crime lab? I'm unaware if that was sent to there. All right? But you wouldn't want to change it or damage it in any way by photographing it, right? I don't understand your question. I'm sorry. Well, by photographing it, is it possible you may change it in any way? Not to my knowledge. Okay? And there's a picture of someone's hand in the picture. That is correct. Is that unprofessional? I don't know how they would have taken a picture of that without having to move that from the box. Okay? From how it was sitting in the box. So it wouldn't be unusual to have a photograph of someone's hand holding a piece of evidence in order to properly document it. Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry. Probably not. Let me try. It's not unprofessional for someone to hold a piece of evidence to properly photograph it? I don't believe so. Okay, items 274. Okay, photographs of the Monon High Bridge? That is correct. All right, you have no idea who took these. I do not. It's not uncommon at all for people in Delphi, Carroll County, even Tippecanoe County, to go out to the Monon High Bridge Trail. Judge, can I have a few foundational questions? Yes. Are you familiar with what families do in Carroll County and Tippecanoe County? I am not. Are you familiar with what pictures families in Carroll County and Tippecanoe County take? I am not. MR, are you familiar with what families in Tippecanoe County and Carroll County visit the high, or the trails and the Monon High Bridge? I am not, other than who I've interviewed. Judge, I'm going to object the question. It calls for speculation. Sustained. You know Betsy Blair frequently went to the Monon High Bridge Trail. Yes, ma'am. She's from Tippecanoe County? I was unaware she was from Tippecanoe County. All right. And you know that Rayleigh Voorhees went out to the Monon High Bridge Trail. Yes, ma'am. Frequently. I don't know frequently. You don't know that? Okay. And you know Bree Wilbur goes out to the trail, right? Yes, ma'am. I know she did. Right? You know David McCain goes out to the trail? I believe so. Yes. All right. In fact, the trail has been improved. Is that correct? From what I've heard, yes, ma'am. All right. And it is, have you ever passed by the Carroll or the Delphi signs, town signs? Which signs, ma'am? Any of the signs that say kind of welcome to Delphi? I believe so. Entering town, yes. All right. And Delphi kind of advertises these trails, right? I'm not too sure about that. I've interviewed people that have lived there, here their whole life, and they didn't know the bridge or the trails existed. And I've interviewed people that have went out there. Fair. Now I'm going to show you picture 275. Yes, ma'am. Are those photographs of Richard Allen? Yes, ma'am. Less than a year before AW and LG disappeared? I believed so, from what was written on the captions on the sides of them. Okay? Obviously, Richard Allen didn't take those pictures. It doesn't look like it. Or he's a gifted selfie taker. Okay? Describe his hair for me. On the one image that was all the way on the right, he's wearing a hat. On the image in the middle, it looks to be short. And then on the image that was all the way to the left, I'm unable to see exactly what his hair was. Okay, kind of your length? Possibly. His hair's not curly, is it? I can't tell from the two pictures. Were you present during any interviews of Richard Allen? I was present viewing them. Not in the room, but viewing them, yes. You were present in another room, watching it by video? That is correct. All right, what was the length of his hair? I do not recall at that time. Okay. Now, you took a picture of a bunch of knives, right? Trooper Clemens took the pictures. I'm sorry, there were pictures taken of a bunch of knives, right? That is correct. And Richard Allen, are you aware that he has a fishing license? I was not aware of that. All right, not unusual for hunters or fishermen or even people who live in the country to have a lot of knives? I couldn't say, just depends, I spoke. I'm not a fisher person either, fisherwoman, but I think people use knives to do that, right? To fish? Yes. I don't know how they'd use a knife to spearfishing, possibly. All right. Well, you cut lines, right? That maybe get tangled. Okay? Scissors or something. All right. And I think you fillet fish. That's correct. All right. So that wouldn't be uncommon for a fisherman to have knives like that? Sure. Fillet knives? Sure. All right. Not uncommon for people to have box cutters. Sure. All right. And the phones. People frequently recycle phones, right? Depends on the person, if they save them or recycle them. All right, and you have no idea what phones Richard Allen kept and what phones they may have recycled or disposed of or traded in? From what we saw at the residence, it appeared that they had kept a majority of their phones. All right, there are a lot of pagers. And pagers, I mean, people haven't carried pagers for a long time. Would you agree? I would agree. All right, so all of these go back years and years and years, right? That's correct. All right? And you don't know if at some point maybe they changed their habits in terms of recycling or turning in phones? Correct. I do not know. And again, blue Carhartt jackets. Lots of people have blue Carhartt jackets, right? I couldn't tell you. All right? I don't know. Not unusual for people to have a Sig Sauer gun? I'm sorry? Not unusual for people to have a Sig Sauer gun? I couldn't say. All right. In fact, you collected other people's Sig Sauer guns in the course of your investigation. I don't believe I collected any. Are you aware that other Sig Sauer guns were collected in the course of this investigation? I'm unsure which ones were. All right, what is your role in the investigation? I was assigned in April of 2019 full-time in a temporary duty assignment to assist in the investigation. And you don't know what evidence was collected? I was not present during the entire investigation from 2017. Was it important to kind of get yourself caught up? I did. I went through the evidence the best that I could, the large binders, to see what we had in evidence. Now, the blue Carhartt jacket you collected, you sent it off to the lab? I believe it was sent. Okay, anything. It was tested? I believe it was tested. Anything linking Richard Allen to the murder of AW from the coat? From the coat, I was not aware of anything that they found at the lab. Okay, anything tested from the coat that links Richard Allen to LG? Nothing that I was aware of. You seized his car, his 2016 Ford Focus? Yes, ma'am. Okay, anything in the car linked Richard Allen to the murder of LG, that the vehicle was on the camera at the Hoosier Harvest Store? Richard Allen's 2016 Ford Focus is on the Hoosier Harvest Store? I believe so. You can prove that? I believe so, yes. Okay? And you proved it by a license plate number, by the description, the look of the vehicle, and the time that we were provided by Mr. Allen and the time on the video. Okay? Lots of black Ford Focus vehicles in the country, right? I don't know. All right? Anything that you tested inside of Richard Allen's 2016 Ford Focus vehicle, can that be linked to the murder of LG? I do not believe so. All right, and anything tested inside Richard Allen's 16 Ford Focus vehicle, can that be linked to the murder of AW? I do not believe so. All right, all the knives, did you find a single knife that you can link to the murder of LG that were located at the residence? Yes. No. Okay, what about AW? No. Okay. Now, there was clothing missing from the crime scene. correct? I believe so, yes. All right, there was a girl's sock? Yes. And a girl's pair of underwear? I believe that's accurate. All right, and you did everything you could to search everywhere in Richard Allen's house, right? Yes, ma'am. And his car? Yes, ma'am. I think people even were digging in his yard, is that right? I believe that they were using a metal detector. Did they try to dig up some things? I believe so. All right, you ever find the girl's pair of panties? No, ma'am. Okay. Did you ever find the girl's sock? No, ma'am. Now, Sarah Carbaugh gave a description of a man walking on 300 North. Recall that? I don't believe I was involved at the investigation at that point. Okay. Well, that's a pretty important piece of evidence because that establishes the endpoint of your timeline, right? I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I mean, Sarah Carbaugh's statement is very important because it establishes the end of your timeline when you believe these murders occurred, right? It was a witness, a statement from a witness that we took into account, yes, and that helps to establish your timeline. Possibly? Yes, possibly, all right? And are you aware that Sarah Carbaugh gave a description of an individual covered in blood? I believe so, yes, all right? And blood transfers to different fabrics, I believe so, yes, right? And someone covered in blood who got in their car, you can test for that blood years later, right? If the blood were to transfer, yes, yes. And there was a lot of blood at that crime scene, right? How it was explained to me was that the blood could have dried to that point, that it could have been dried to that point, and who explained that to you? Just during the course of the investigation, talking to different law enforcement entities. Okay, I don't recall exactly who. Are you telling us that dried blood can't transfer? I'm not sure. All right. So whoever murdered LG and AW probably had a significant amount of blood on their clothing. I'm going to object to the form of the question, Judge, and not to mention it's outside the scope of direct at this point. Sustained? Nothing further, Mr. McClelland. No other questions, Judge? Thank you. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Detective Vito? No response or indication from any juror. All right. Thank you, Detective. You may step down. You may call your next witness. Mar. Judge, the state of Indiana would call Indiana State Police Lieutenant Jerry Holman, please. Will you state your name, please? Jerry Holman, Holeman. How are you employed? With the Indiana State Police. And how long have you been employed with the Indiana State Police? 23 years, 23 and a half years. And did you go through special training or schooling to become a law enforcement officer? Yes, I did. And what are your current duties? My current duties is my rank is lieutenant, and I'm assigned as the area investigative commander. I oversee all criminal investigations over Area 1, which includes Lafayette Post, Peru Post, and the Lowell Post. I want to take you back to October 13th of 2022. At that time, do you assist in the execution of a search warrant at the home of Richard Allen? Yes, I did. And you were assigned to assist? Yes. Supervise. Supervise? What was your role in that supervisorial capacity, at that search warrant on October 13th of 2022? Initially, I did a walkthrough with the crime scene investigator to make sure that the property, he took photos of how the property was, just in case we damaged something, cut carpet out, cut drywall out, and I did the walkthrough. And then after that, I was sitting outside watching. Let me slow you down a little bit, okay? Sorry. You did the initial walkthrough, and photographed the house, yes. Did you then talk to Richard Allen? Yes, I did. What did you tell Richard Allen? I told him that if we damaged his property, there was a form that he could fill out, and that we were going to do our best not to damage it, and if there was a locked box or something like that, we would come to him to get keys. What was his response? He said, it doesn't matter. It's over. After that, what did you do? After that, I sat outside the house, back where the garage was, and I observed, make sure nobody came in the house while the team of detectives were searching the house. Did anyone sit in the car with you? Yes. Who? Mr. Allen. And did Richard Allen say anything to you while you were sitting in the car? Yes. For the most part, he was really quiet. He got out a couple times to smoke cigarettes. He was sitting in my car because his wife needed to use the restroom and she went to her place of employment. And he asked me if we detained his wife, and I said no. At some point, did you offer to drive him to his wife? Yes, I said, if you're concerned about her, I can drive you to the place of employment if you want me to. And what was his response? He said, it doesn't matter, it's over. After you were complete, or after detectives were completed with the search, was Richard Allen free to go? Yes, he was. After the search was done, what happened next? I did another walkthrough to make sure that we didn't damage any property, and then I spoke to Mr. Allen and told him again, if he finds any property damage, there's a form that he can fill out and that we'd reimburse to get it taken care of. After the items were collected from the home, were you able to view some of those items that were collected? Yes, I did. And specifically, were you able to view the .40 caliber firearm that was collected? Yes, and do you have that here with you today in court? Yes, I do. Your Honor, with your permission, I would ask the lieutenant to be able to retrieve that item and display that to the jury. You may. And has it been marked as an exhibit yet? Not yet. I wasn't sure how exactly to mark that. Judge, the box? Just mark the box. Okay. Trooper, would you remove the box the firearm is in from the other box? And Trooper, can you tell the identification number on that box? The state police number is 7 ISPC 001748. The item number is 314. And do you know that to be the gun that was collected from Richard Allen's house? Yes, sir. Your Honor, the state would move to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 276. No objection. All right? Without objection, 276 is admitted. Lieutenant, I'm going to ask you to open the box. Trooper Holman, before you open the box completely, is the box sealed? Yes, and is it marked with some identification of who sealed the box? Yes. And who sealed the box? Well, it's been sealed a couple times. Each time the box is opened, is it resealed? Yes. And each time it's resealed, the trooper or law enforcement officer who opened or seals it, do they sign the seal? Yes. And why do they? Initial the seal. Thank you. And why do they do that? Just to show that the person that opened it resealed it, then they log it on a PR&R to have a good chain of custody? Yes. And are you cutting the tape from the last time that you sealed it? Yes. And are your initials on that seal from the last time you sealed it? Yes, they are. JDH, I put the date, and then sometimes I put the date at least one time, and then JDH on all the seals. You may continue. Trooper, I'm going to ask you to open the box. And Trooper, before you display the firearm to the jury, can you ensure that it's cleared for safety purposes? Yes. Will you now display it to the jury, please? Thank you, Lieutenant. No other questions, Judge. Mr. Baldwin. Thank you, Judge. So by the time you rolled into Richard Allen's house, it was a few hours after his October 13th, 2022 videotaped interview, correct? Yes. And he was a suspect at that time? Yes. And obviously, because he was a suspect, you would have on a tape recorder at all times, so that when it came back later on, maybe a couple years later, you'd be able to play for that jury the words that you said that Richard Allen spoke to you in your vehicle, correct? No. You didn't? No. I wasn't interviewing him. He made comments to me voluntarily. He was a suspect? There was a lot of suspects. Yes, he was. You had one of these on you? I did. Tape recorder on that? There is. You chose not to tape record it? Yes. And he had asserted his innocence a few hours earlier at that videotaped interview, correct? Yes, I believe so. Yes. And now you guys roll in with a bunch of police cars, block off the street, correct? I don't think the street was completely blocked off, but we were impeding the flow of traffic, I would say. At that time, Richard Allen, he knows because in this videotaped interview, he's been accused of killing these girls, yes. And he's aware of that? I believe so. Yes, it's a couple hours later, right? And his demeanor at the videotaped interview did not look like one that was somebody that had killed anybody, right? Do you agree? During the interview? Yeah, the videotaped interview, I would say demeanor changes. But I wouldn't be able to judge that unless I went back and looked at it, but yeah. That, looking at the videotaped interview, would be a great resource for figuring out what his body language was, and whether it was to reflect a person that might have killed somebody. Correct? That is correct. He lived in a neighborhood, right? Yes. So everybody in that neighborhood would have seen this grouping of police officers coming into Richard Allen's house and conducting the search. Objection. Calls for speculation, Judge. Sustained. How many times has that box been opened that has the gun in it? Do you know? Without looking at the property record receipt, it'd be hard for me to tell, but I would say it's been opened more than... I've opened it twice. That's the second time I've opened it. And I know it's been opened one other time to do the analysis, so at least 3 times. So this doesn't tell you whatever is in this box, on this box, written on this box, doesn't tell you how many times it's been opened. Does it? I mean, it does, but it's hard to read. It's hard to explain. I see one signature on here, chain of possession. I see one signature. Yeah, we don't use that. Judge, may we approach? Conference conducted. Judge, we've stipulated to the chain of custody for the firearm. Why are we doing this? There's a stipulation. It is an agreement of the parties. Why did we get to? Into the... We did stipulate to the chain of custody, but we are allowed to talk about, on closing argument, whether or not somebody could have opened it. We can stipulate to the... There's 2 different concepts there. No, you're not. When you stipulate to chain of custody, you're stipulating that there is an unbroken, appropriate, real chain of custody. And now claiming that it isn't is not a stipulation. All right, Judge, I would ask the court to at least admonish the jury that the parties have stipulated as to the chain of custody. Thank you, Judge. Our conference concluded. Ladies and gentlemen, I would advise you as members of the jury that the parties have stipulated to the proper chain of custody of this evidence. You may proceed. Thank you, Judge. Betsy Blair, a credible witness? I believe so. Yeah. Sarah Carbaugh, a credible witness? I believe all the witnesses are credible. Saw 2 different people, though. Described 2 different people? Judge, I'm going to object. This is outside the scope of direct, sustained. Bullet in the photograph with somebody's hand, this way. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? No. In fact, when there's an important piece of evidence is a bullet, you would expect it to be photographed in many different ways once it's picked up from wherever it... MR, I'm going to object to the form of the question, Judge. Sustained, is there anything wrong with a photographer taking a photograph of a bullet in multiple positions? Depends. Can a bullet be damaged from photography? It could be damaged by handling it and moving it. Dirt would fall off, skin cells would fall off. So if it's something that you believe may have DNA, you should probably limit the amount of time that you move it. Would be my... But you do have to move the bullet at some point in time. You do, but sometimes you can limit that movement by just putting it into a secured location, seal it, take it back, let the professionals or the experts laboratory do it. So we should expect the lab in this case to have the full bullet, both front end, back end, and side? I would say so, yes. Okay, thank you. No other question, Mr. McClelland. No redirect, Judge. Thank you. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Lieutenant Holman? No response or indication from any juror. No? All right. Thank you, Lieutenant. You may step down. And refresh my memory, ladies and gentlemen, that was the last witness of the day? Okay. Yes, State would ask for a recess until tomorrow. Okay. All right. I just want to make sure, because I knew the 6 of us talked about that. I just wanted to make sure. Yes, Judge. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the evidence that we have prepared for you for the day, so we're going to take a little bit of an early evening. Again, while you're outside of the courtroom, please keep your minds open. Please don't form any opinions or conclusions about anything, since you will be in the company of the bailiffs, all 3 of the bailiffs, for the rest of the day and over in the evening. You can't discuss the case, so please don't do that. Please have a safe and a peaceful evening, and we'll see you all in the morning. Gentlemen, all right? All rise. And you may be seated until we can get the jury out of the building. Is there anything that we need to do outside the presence of the jury, Mr. McClelland? Mr. Rozzi? I don't think so, Judge. Thank you. Thank you. As soon as we get word from the bailiffs that we can let everybody out, we'll let everybody out, and we'll make the evidence available to the media. Thank you, Judge. Thank you. Jody, you can go off the record. Off record at 4:46 p.m.